First attack.
Meow. Saying protocol. I am Toasty Catball, also known as Cait, hobbyist YouTuber, independent game developer. I'm still like kind of sleepy, so I am trying to hang in there, honestly. But we are definitely gonna be a little bit slow today. But hopefully we'll get something done at least. Once again, I kind of already went over last stream what all has been going on with the project behind the scenes, and it's basically at the same spot. I did make a little bit more progress on the sniper rifle last night, the Ventores, which I am opening my fucking start menu in the wrong screen again. I need to stop doing that. I don't like it when people are looking at my start menu. Eat a cheeseburger? I kind of want a cheeseburger. Actually, no, I kind of don't want a cheeseburger. Maybe I want pizza. Anyways, so I finished out the stock, finished out the front sight. The magazine is also finished. It looks pretty decent. But I still have to finish the scope. I do kind of like the wood grain I did on the stock here. I'm actually like kind of slightly ambivalent towards it. I think in some areas it doesn't look all that great. I mean, obviously also I didn't fix this. I probably should go back and fix this. This is aligned the wrong way. I kind of like it. It's not very visible at distance, obviously, but it looks decent. So yeah, I still have to finish the fucking PSO scope. But we're not working on the sniper today. Or we might not be. We might be, we might not be. I do want to try and get some work done on the actual fucking inventory UI. It'll be a bit before I can get my fucking brain in gear to do that, but I am going to try my best to do so. So, basically, like I said, left off, not much else has changed about this, but I was starting to work on some UI scripts to make the UI scripts for this a little bit easier. As it stands, you know what I should have gotten done by now is doing the branch merge for the other branch in which I managed to get the like F-bound contract for all of the item types. Having that done now would have been nice, but that's not going to be like that for a minute, so we're handling it like this for now. And then I'm just going to kick the can down the road of implementing that. Ignore the misinput there, by the way. Ignore the misinput. It was a misinput. You calm the frick down. Okay. So, we started making the UI inventory manager. I do want to start working on all of... I want to try and start working on the buttons for the contraptions, hop-ups, and weapons, which will mostly just, again, tell the UI inventory manager, hey, display this object in this field right here. And that'll also set what these buttons do, essentially. Yeah, it's got a cooldown, sorry. And that will also help us figure out, like, what direction to take with all of this. So, first things first, we'll be doing a button for hop-ups, because that's kind of the more important thing to set up here. Because the main reason I wanted the inventory screen up is so that we could attach hop-ups without needing to have it on the floor. No, we want UI inventory hop-up button. Of course, one of the fun things that's going to have to be done is when we click on the weapon button, we actually have to intercept and see if the player tried to click on one of the hop-up slots that's occupied and display that hop-up instead. I might want to try and do that, potentially. I'll probably need to, like, put a little indicator here saying that this is attached to an item. That's probably how we do it. Just like right here at the bottom of the map unavailable section, it'll be like attached to castle single take, and then it'll be the hop-up below it. But I'm gonna go ahead and open this up. Let this be in the UI namespace. And we'll also need a bunch of usings, obviously. We need UI. We want Text Mesh Pro. We might need Locat. Potentially. Although then again, we'll probably... Well, actually, no. I think we'll probably end up needing Locat for some things. So what we want is... Let me get rid of this. We need references to all of the things that we want to fill information into. So, for example, we want the name, we want the category, We also want the image here. Well, not find. I wanted Control D to duplicate. I also wanted category text. And then we don't need any other image, or any other text, we just need an image. Icon image. That's basically going to be it for the serialized fields. And then we can do private, it's always going to be an attachment hop-up. These are things that are in our inventory, so we always are going to need this. Yeah. Default to null. Again, the main functions of this will be, we click on it, and it shows it here. I might have actually done this off stream, by the way. I did get rid of the quantity specifier here because I realized that there isn't really a good reason to do so, because attachments can have their effects change depending on stuff. Like there's hop-ups that have an effect where it will permanently increase number on its effect. Based on things that you do with it, and therefore it would be kind of hard for us to quantify them without having to do like really expensive compare operations to be like, are both of these attachments the same info? Yes. Are they the same info? Yes. And then we have to check each of the effect values, the effect X data values, against each other. Does this have 5 in the first value? Yes. Does it have 0 in the first value? Yes. You know, it has to do all of those checks. That is not really something I want to be doing. Like, it's probably performant enough, but it's really unnecessary. So I got rid of the whatchamacallit. So other than that, that's basically all we really need here. So we're going to need a public void set hop up attachment hop up it's pretty simple here. I don't know if I need to change the color of the text. I just want to change the color of the icon probably to indicate its rarity. So that'll be pretty easy then. First of all, let's go ahead and grab the hop-up info and kind of cache it here, so we're not having to access it with long text there. And then what we do is name text dot text will be info dot display name try get text localization error text, and we do want first line only. Category text is going to be something different. In fact, actually, we kind of want to cache the category as well. Info.hopup category, because this is data structure, and it's also going to be where we get the sprite for the icon from this category. So we'll do category.display name and try get text for the category text. And m-icon image sprite will be category inventory icon. Then icon image dot color will be info. We want the rarity. Pop-up icon color. There it is. It just automatically filled for me. Thanks. Probably because I fat-fingered a different... I probably fat-fingered the semicolon, and that's what made it guess. Okay, so that's going to be how that works. And then public void on click. We do actually need to have a reference to the main inventory manager. So we are going to need to fill that in here. Oh, I do also want to fill in the hop up here. There, forgot about that. Okay. We don't actually have methods for what I want to do here. Let me pin this. I'm going to try and unpin some of this stuff. Oh, yeah, the big thing that I did do off-stream was we worked on this refactor of the keyword text displays. This is a thing that also does the, like, you click on it and it will display the keyword in the little keyword list. That's been kind of made slightly more abstract, and now they can actually store keywords in themselves. You can actually just tell it, hey, here's the text to format with keywords. Go ahead and format it. And then when it does that, it will check if it needs to remember the keywords. If it needs to remember the keywords, it'll remember the keywords. And then when it's clicked on, it will send those keywords to whatever keyword list it wants to send that to. If it has a keyword list. If it doesn't have a keyword list, it doesn't make links. Simple as. Yeah, send your protocol, CC. How are you doing? But, big thing we want to do here is we're going to set up a couple of methods here. Public void display pop up. I don't even know who this is. I get random subs sometimes just leaving Twitch on, ending up in some strange channels. I don't recognize them either. Okay, so when we specify in display hop up, we're going to do set current selected item type equals hop up. We probably actually also want to have variables here. Actually move this down here because that's a property, not really a variable. I should just have 3 variables for this. Equipable weapon. Oops. Your weapon's purely virtual too? No. So the thing is that, like, weapons, hop-ups, and contraptions all have a game object that represents them. They have info objects that are virtual. And their behavior components are usually added onto the object. And also, yeah, the hop-ups are, in fact, game objects, just because that was the easiest way for me to kind of handle associating a script with the item. The best way for me to be able to do that was to just have that as a game object. And again, it kind of helps with, like, it can be detached from the weapon and added back to the inventory type deal. Those kinds of things. My weapons are just pure virtual math. Yeah, but, I mean, are you using... You're in Godot, right? So in Godot, you're definitely, like, incentivized to kind of just keep everything separate. But with Unity, Godot cannot use C#. Godot can use C#. It's not great at it, but I also, like, definitely understand that, though. But generally speaking, actively fights you if you try to use proper architecture. Yeah, that's my experience with it, too. And also, just, again, the documentation isn't super great. The fact that you... Like, last I used it, you couldn't do tooltips on properties, on node properties. Even though you could do tooltips on node properties if you're using GDScript, but I'm not using GDScript, and they wouldn't... When I, like, suggested, like, hey, maybe just have this as an attribute, and they're like, ooh, attributes, we've never heard of that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Something like that. I don't know. I don't remember exactly the conversation that we had, but it was just like it almost seemed like they did not consider the idea of making it an attribute. I'll show you my weapons. Let me see a screenshot. Anything to use the weapon for me, it's just a scriptable object acting like a recap. I'm not using the scriptable object itself. Data, more of a factory. That's kind of also how this works. So if I go and show you an entity, give me weapons, pistols. Let's go to pistol starter Cait-TAN weapon info. So here, this is, again, the, like, overarching, like, general information about the weapon. It has the flavor text, the display name, it has all the values for it, the weapon tags it has, it's pistol lethal, the default, like, handling variables for it, the damage variables for it. And then down here, we have links to each of the prefabs. So in a way, this is a factory, because basically the idea is that this info will represent the weapon on, like, a theoretical level, and then when you pick up the weapon, it's going to create this prefab. This prefab is what contains the behavior script for it, and that's how it's works in the hand. And so right here, this is a generic ballistic weapon behavior script, but if we look at, for example, the matchbox here, we'll notice that we have a specific script for the matchbox. And yes, I did break the normal naming convention Pascal case so that I could have them be next to each other here. Oh well, you'll just have to deal with it. And yeah, this weapon script will specifically handle just the special effect of it, where it tracks things that are hit with each shot burst, and then it plays its special effect if it hits all 3 shots on an enemy. Oh, we do actually have, like, stagger bonus showing up here. It's just not, it's not functional to do this unimplemented currently. Interesting. Why did it delete that? Oh, because it's a just long-ass Discord app screenshot. I'll go look at it. No, you were not banned. It was just deleted. It is warning, though. You're gonna have to, like, warn me if you are going to do a link, because Nightbot will bop you for it. Because these are all scriptable objects. So what actually makes the object itself, then? I'd have to see what each of these, like, I feel like this is not enough context to understand what you're trying to show me here. Because, like, what actually defines the behavior of each of these? Also, again, yeah, you could probably just, like, put it into the Discord and let me know that it's in the Discord. That probably would have also been better. Green C# class that reads that and then just has a base data state class. Reads that data and... wait, hang on. One class can be any weapon, but can still be stacked. That's a little weird. It's a little bit clunky, because then, then you have, like, 2 files that have behavior for every single weapon. And that just does not seem right in terms of, like, object-oriented programming. But if you're, like, against object-oriented programming, then it totally makes sense for you to do that. Weapon simply is a gate, execution, aiming, and transform. That's it. My class is pretty tiny. Composition with inheritance. So the thing is that... I mean, with my game, it is actually just way... slightly more complex, just because of the fact that, like, weapons will have their own special effects, and a lot of them are pretty, like, very specific. You know, the Matchbox special effect is not a special effect that any other weapon in the game has, and that special effect is that, you know, you fire a 3-round burst, and if all 3 shots hit the same enemy, it applies a damage bonus and a stagger bonus. And that is a very specific behavior that is not, brain fart. A specific behavior that's not shared with any other weapon, so it makes sense to have a specific script that handles just that behavior for the Matchbox. And again, it is also a inheritance thing, where there is a component that handles defining the weapon as an inventory item and also as just like an equipable thing that's in the player's inventory. That's an equipable weapon. Whereas weapon behavior is a separate script that is referenced by the equipable weapon. The equipable weapon will be like, hey, weapon behavior, do this thing. and the weapon behavior will handle it in its own way. That's actually how it works. Like a passive to me that checks on successful damage done. So here's the thing, CC. I'm going to have 100 weapons. Are you saying that we want a script that's going to have a switch statement with 100 cases for each individual weapon, and it has to check each of those? And yes, I know, technically speaking, a switch statement isn't actually functionally similar to an if-else chain, but it still is kind of handled similarly on the back end. It's not that much better, especially if it's 100 fucking cases. Because what you're saying reads to me like there is a single script that handles every single weapon in the game. Not in a way that's inherited, but in a way that's the one component will just understand what type of weapon it is and change its behavior accordingly. And that's not going to work for this game, because every weapon has very specific behaviors to it. I'm not sure what you mean by a passive. By passive, are you talking about a coding concept? Or are you talking about a game design, like, effect concept? Do you mean like a passive ability? In that case, the way that this works is that the main weapon behavior script handles the, like, basic, like, generic ballistic, which is what this inherits from. Generic ballistic is the base class that handles, like, the basic way in which almost all weapons fire, and it just modifies itself depending on what weapon info has been applied in terms of fire rate, projectile used, damage done, etc. This weapon behavior script, that is a child of that script, handles the passives for the weapon. That's it. That's all it is. What it sounds like you're saying is that every single weapon passive should all be in the same script. And no. No, that's horrible, because a lot of them will also have similar trigger, like, states, or not trigger states, trigger conditions. Like, for example, if we're going to look at weapons, we are in the thing that we can see effects. Let me go look at some weapons here, So, like, for example, Lenform Marksman, I do actually want to change this effect, actually. We're going to change it instead to be every 4th shot instead of 4th shot in the magazine. Just because otherwise it's kind of annoying and doesn't really work all that well. But the way that this would work, obviously, is, like, it tracks each shot that it makes, which requires an on-fire effect. And then it's on hit when it does the damage step. It needs to apply the stagger efficiency if the projectile is the 4th shot that it's made. And we're also going to have the Obrez right here. It deals bonus damage against close targets. That's also a damage step function. Flyway factory pattern and broker style methods. You're still losing me, CC. I'm sorry. It's like both of these weapons have something that happens with logic in the damage step. This one needs to check how many shots and check which projectile is the fourth shot to apply this. This needs to check whether the target that's being hit in the damage step is within that range. And what you're trying to say is that there would be a like pseudocode that is like if Obres, then check if in 4 meters that'd be like actually like this. Then it does it'll be stagger bonus. So like damage step stagger bonus plus equals some variable that who knows where that is. Like how many variables are we doing? There is no if, it's just doing its check because of the flyweight factory pattern. What the fuck does that mean, CC? That did not make any sense to me. That means nothing to me. Where is the check happening? I'm gonna get back to working on this stuff until once you respond with more, because I might be misunderstanding. That's entirely possible, but also I don't think that your suggestion is going to work. It's contraption. Use the script object itself to return a concrete type class. Or a method might be like public base state class get state. Use the scriptable object itself to return a concrete type class. Wait, okay. I think I know what you mean. Basically, what you're saying is we take an equipable weapon that doesn't have a behavior script. Or it doesn't have, like, the specific, like, passive or whatever. And then we use the scriptable object. Okay, that's still... No, I still don't like that. Here's the thing. I think I know what you're talking about. I think the idea is, we have, like, instead of SMG Matchbox weapon behavior being a child of the other thing, instead of be a child of a different object that's just kind of a class. So it'd have, like, the SMG class, and it would be, or sorry, SMG Matchbox class, or SMG Matchbox behavior class. And then we would, like, create a new instance of this. And, like, this would be, like, inherit from, like, base behavior. And then so each weapon is going to have a, like, a variable here, private base behavior. Or I guess, like, instead of behavior, actually be, like, passive, to use your phrasing. And then whenever it calls its thing, like, you know, on damage step, it'll do passive dot on damage step. That's what you want to do, right? Tell me if I've got that correct. So you said that you posted something in Discord. Unless you didn't. Where do you post it on Discord? Yeah. Good question, because I don't have a specific coding channel. I will make a specific coding channel. You know what? Clearly, if I want to attract, like, coding-specific people to my, my audience, then it kind of makes sense. And I'll call it, like, general coding for now. I'll figure out a better name for it later. General coding. I'm putting it up there for now. So, okay, so this is the way that we want to do this, right? Okay. Bit of a problem with that. The idea there would be, now, how does each scriptable object know what class to create for each weapon? And if the idea is to create a different scriptable object class, like if we want to do, like, a class that defines weapon, and you have this be a scriptable object, and I'm guessing what you want to do is we could have, like, SMG Matchbox weapon definition, and this inherits from class that defines weapon. If that's the idea that we want to do, the problem with that is we're then going to have 15 bajillion shit in the drop-down, in the asset creation menu. We will have 100 weapon scripts in this thing that are all going to be buttons that we click exactly once and never again in the entirety of the project. And then we'll need another 150 for contraptions, and then another, like, I want to say 100-ish for hop-ups. That's the problem that I have with that kind of concept, and that's exactly why I'm doing this with prefabs, and having the actual behavior scripts be on the prefabs. Because then I can just have the prefab, and then I just have that out of the different scripts. And have it be attached by just searching up SNG_Matchbox. I don't see a benefit to that because, again, there's a lot of complex behaviors. The thing is, the Matchbox is actually... So there's exactly 2 weapons out of 100 that do have an effect based on the number of hits. In fact, actually, it is still a little bit more complicated because the Matchbox will check if the all the hits are on the same target. Whereas, for example, Volley Sidearm, when you reforge it, it'll have a different effect, and that's the 3rd hit of every burst fire is a crit. Or it's not is a crit, it's just plus 50% crit chance. So I want to talk to someone else who makes things complex things to see how they do it and explain how I do it. And I guess, yeah. I mean, you are still saying you can do this, and, you know, you could potentially do this, and that does kind of come across a little bit like it's authoritative. Not necessarily authoritative. There's a better word for it, but like making suggestions. It sounds like you're making suggestions for sure. Where you say I'm not suggesting anything, it does kind of sound like you're still making suggestions. Sorry. And again, the main thing is if it is in fact this, where each of these is going to have a create asset menu. If they all have this, for each of the things that define each weapon, that's not great. Although I think if you're trying to say that defining them all in a generic way, once again, that runs the issue of one script that handles every single object. You'll have one script that has that stores behavior for every single object, and sure, maybe it's not all in a switch statement, like I was saying before, but it's probably still going to be a single file with thousands of lines, because it's handling, like, it's storing behaviors for each of the weapons. Maybe it's like each weapon has its own file that the behavior is in, but you're still going to have the one file that has to reference every single one of those so that they can be applied to the weapons. That's kind of the issue. The other thing is, again, the idea behind the behavior scripts right now is that they're all very pick and choose of what I need them to do. The Matchbox weapon behavior is only overriding on behavior damage step, and it is also overriding primary fire because it wants to check the projectiles that it creates. It just overrides those two things. And those are methods created for me to be able to be like, I want the weapon to be able to do this. And so it overrides the methods that it needs to do something on. And again, the idea of doing like very prescribed effects, like the on hit number of hits required same target thing, that then makes modding very annoying and difficult, because if you want to do a specific piece of logic that isn't like entirely ordained by the game, you just can't. You'll end up with the issue that I have with trying to mod Dungeons of Dreadmore. Dungeons of Dreadmore, everything is in an XML file, and they're all like very specific effects in that sort of way, and I hate it. That's probably half the reason I'm just not going to take this suggestion, because Dungeons of Dreadmore does it and I hate it, and we're not doing that. Post it on Discord. Let me see. That's not the general coding channel. I made the channel for you. Unless it didn't show up, you might need to check channels and roles to find general coding. It might not have become default. Yeah, I might need to make it default so that it shows up. Yeah, once again, that's just gonna lead to me having a pretty bloated asset creation menu and /or a pretty bloated like asset folder in general, I think. Because then instead of it being right-click and we see every single weapon that we've ever created once, instead we're going to right-click and see every single effect that we've created once. And that's also going to be annoying. And you could just tuck it away and then like you create it once and fine. I also don't know if you can necessarily create the asset and then remove the create asset menu attribute and have it still work. I don't know if that works properly or not. But regardless, I'm not a fan of it. I kind of like the current organization I have here, where everything will have its own individual script that overrides functions it needs. And then also the idea would be that, like, down the line, when I do want to implement modding, because modding is great for roguelikes. I mean, look at Balatro. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then somebody can just set up Lua code, is most likely what we do for it. They'll use Lua scripting to do basically what we're doing here, where we're overriding the specific functions to do a specific thing that can handle all sorts of logic for the gun. Create script logic with pure TXT and use create asset as so.create instance. This is true. In fact, the funny thing is that the localization system that I have is a custom-built localization system that does actually kind of do that. Specifically, so we have, in base game content, so we have the TG localization files here. These are actually .kt localization. But what they actually are, on the back end, is they are CSV files. And they're converted by a scripted importer into a localization database. And then each of these entries is in and of themselves a scriptable object that can be referenced wherever I want. And all of that comes from a single CSV file. And again, if you noticed before when I showed you this weapon, the SMG Matchbox weapon info, we have this display name is actually just a reference to that localization entry. So we can directly keep references to these. And these don't actually sit in the file, in the file system. It is just a single script, and these are all just like Unity creates these whenever it loads this CSV. So those files don't sit there. They are actually just like entirely contained within Unity's like knowledge base and the asset index, but they're not actually in the file system. Which is really convenient. I remember I had to like explain that to Olivia because she didn't understand. She's just like, "Oh, geez, you're gonna have like 151 entry. You're gonna have 151 scriptable objects in this folder. That's gonna suck for whenever we need to search through the folder." It's like, nah, look at it. There's nothing. Wait, I can probably like find the folder. Use this and go to projects, Unity. We moved these around, so I actually have to go find it now, since it's now in base game content. But if we look at base game content, we look at this, and here they are. And nothing else here that's not already, noticed here. If we open up one of these, like even if we look at the meta file here, the meta file just has the import settings. And then the actual file itself, it's a CSV file. It just has all of the texts here. And this CSV file then gets turned into all of the scriptable objects. And they're all referenced as if they exist in the asset system. But they kind of do and don't. They only exist as far as the engine itself is concerned. And they don't actually exist as files. So it's really useful for that. And again, that means that like instead of doing like a now there is still a thing that does do a string comparison to find the keys, but if it's anything else like the weapon infos, I can reference it directly, and I don't have to like worry about if I'm spelling it right. The only thing that I have to worry about spelling right is the keywords, because I ended up setting that up in a way that I could reference them in the scripts. So if we actually look at, I shouldn't close that because now I want to go open that back up. And it's opened up in there. If we look at effects.texts, or effects and texts, and I'm going to go find a weapon, effect text. Effect texts, I don't want character passives. Here we have, this is a keyword reference here. We start with KW, colon, and then we have this name, and this is actually, like, this name is taken from the, localization string name for it. We can actually see the localization string names here. And so it'll take it from these. We actually look at keywords here. We'll see it here. So that's a equipment attributes master experience short. So we're going to be looking for equipment attributes master experience short. And that's this. And that's actually referenced in a different spot because we have the main game module will reference all of the keywords that it needs, and that comes from this folder right here, where we have equipment, master XP short. And these are actually, there's actually two different scriptable objects here. Technically three, actually. So, master experience, this one's a keyword info. So this is the central one. It has an effect text reference because it has data that it has for it. Specifically, I believe it's, yeah, the maximum number of mastery levels they can earn. So this is referenced there. Master XP short is actually keyword reference. So this basically just points back at the base keyword here. And it's used to, you know, this is the shortened version of master experience. It's mastery XP. These are all collected into a main game module asset. Let's save this and go look for this. The static game manager object here. So here we have a game module, and that stores a bunch of the stuff, like module keywords. And I have a button here, actually, that will collect all of the infos automatically and auto-populate this menu. But actually, I do want to do that because I think we have some new keywords, or maybe we don't. And also skip some things. It'll like do some checks to make sure that whatever we're adding is valid. So for example, here I have weapon info for Archer, the intermediate weapon, but I haven't actually finished building it out, so it doesn't have an equipable weapon prefab, so it skips it. And similarly with everything else in the assigned folders. There is no one way or right way to do something in programming. That's why I like it. So many ways to do one thing. Yeah. You're used for scriptable objects to automate the translations. Neat. I've always hated translating. Yeah. The scriptable objects don't automate translation. It just automates the ability to have alternate translations. Because right now it's still just English. But the idea is that I like this system because when you, apparently from what I've done research and also talked to some people who do game dev and stuff, when you get like a publisher or a company to contract out translation work or localization work, a lot of times what they like seeing is a big spreadsheet that they can just scroll through and they can do all the stuff in. And you know what CSV is? Comma separated values. It's literally just a spreadsheet. So it can be imported and exported to and from Excel, or in this case, I'm actually using Notion for it, which again, I do not recommend Notion because they're annoying and they're pushing AI, but it is being used for localization. So I can do all the localization here, although I probably do want to try and set up a separate app for this, honestly. because, again, the push for AI is annoying, and also there's a lot of other weird, annoying issues with it. The performance kind of sucks, and it would be nice to be able to kind of see it myself, and also so that, like, for example, when we do see one of these keyword references, it would be nice if it filled it in automatically, or if it would automatically fill in these parameters that are normally for effect texts. Like we have the effect texts here. It would be nice to be able to do that. But generally speaking, the idea would be that we could actually just have like a big Excel spreadsheet that handles everything. Keep my things in English. It's dominant language. Translation due to the AI, just bigger communities, the internet in general has been gaining more use. I would definitely not trust AI personally, but I do understand it. Because I wouldn't trust, or sorry, specifically I would not trust LLM AI. Because, or like, specifically the current slew of models for Gen AI. Previously, we have been using AI, like machine translation, and that's actually been kind of okay enough, and also is not nearly as, horrible on the environment as the other ones were, or as the other ones currently are, I should say. But yeah, the idea would be that, if I have a publisher or whatever, or do, ask contractor to handle localization, I can hand them these CSVs, and they can immediately make changes in that and just send the CSV back to me. I plop it straight into the asset folder right here, and it's already ready to go, and I've just added another language to it. I do still want to set something up to where I can merge stuff into it without needing it to be on the same file. That's definitely a thing that I need to get done, and that'll especially help with, like, modding. That's the other thing, is that this is also great for modding, the fact that it's just a CSV file. See, that's the whole inevitability argument, which is not great. So it's like, inevitability argument does not work on, like, crypto and NFTs. Everyone was just like, oh, NFT is going to be everywhere. Nah. We ain't here for that doomer shit. Anyways, back to getting stuff working. I do enjoy talking about, like, coding stuff every now and then. But also, I have been very distracted for a while. And yeah, and the other thing is just that, like, if I go, because I do have a tendency to worry about if I'm doing things the correct way or the perfect way. So the more I do that, the less work I get done. So right now, today, we are doing something very, very basic and kind of hard-coded, because we just want to get the inventory screen working well enough for it to work for playtests. Like, yes, we could be using the F-bound contract from the other branch to make some of this code a little bit more simpler. But for now, it's just going to be, there's an enum saying whether or not we're looking at a hop-up or a weapon or a contraption, and that will define what the buttons do. And I do agree that there are uses for AI. I just think we need to not give the current slew of AI companies the time of day until they wrangle themselves down and understand what it is that they're creating. Until they start to realize that they have, created solution for problems that do not exist type deal. Then we'll hopefully be able to, like, actually understand the uses of AI. But right now, it keeps getting pushed in creative outlets, and it's being pushed in replacing people's understanding of things. So, yes, basically. That's very much how I feel about it, and that's also why, like, I currently don't trust AI with translation, and that's kind of also because translation, especially for something like this, like, it can be useful in more like casual setups in where like there's objective information being done, but AI and translation of games is dodgy, because then you are definitely kind of encroaching on artistic intent and things like that. That's kind of where I'm at with it. It's fine, it's fine. And we do have references to all the info cards, so what we want to do is we first enable the hop-up info card. And then we're going to set the other ones to inactive. Keep getting a flyaway hair that's poking at my cheek annoyingly. Okay, so with that then set up, we can then do hop-up info card, set item, and we are going to need hop-up.info here, because it doesn't have the other setup that it could have. And that can be how that works. We are going to need another thing here, which is going to be... You can actually keep pop-up selected, I think, for the other thing. Maybe. I will actually go ahead and do another TMP text here, which is going to be pop up attached to weapon text. Which I don't think I have a current AA key in the current localization for this. I'm probably going to need a new loose localization for it. Because you have, attached to, but we don't have, like, a present tense attached to. If I want to do this, rename it, please. So it'd be that. I do still need to... So that's the other thing, is that I can actually make placeholder localization entries that are just a singular instance of the scriptable object that's normally contained within that main localization file. But the idea would be that these would eventually go into the main localization file. And then we'd have to replace the references with it. So there's that. I am actually going to need an entry in common localization entries for that. Do we not have like a field for our inventory? Or a header for inventory, I should say. I guess we don't. Let me duplicate this. Put it at the end here. And then this isn't keywords. I probably do want to move this above here because these are all potential keywords, but it's fine. This needs to be localization entry. These also have a custom decorator here, localization reference. It's custom decorator attribute that lets us see the localization entry in the inspector when we set the reference. So this will be attached to weapon. We will need another one here, which is inventory select weapon to attach. Meow. Obviously, I want snacks. Which does mean I probably want a reference to it from here. You actually get it from style data. So style data be? Oh yeah, style data is accessible publicly, so we're gonna be doing that. Let's do a thing down here. Public. I should actually do this as private. Oh no, I have a snippet for this. You do the component reference snippet, but we're gonna change how it gets it. It's gonna be localized, or should be common localization entries. There it is. It'll be if the private variable is null and manager is valid, and actually, you don't need to check that. It's going to be valid. All localization will be set to manager style data common localization entries. There we go. Actually, I'm realizing I'm putting this in the wrong spot. We actually needed this in the inventory manager, not the other thing, but it's fine. But I do think we need... I don't think we actually need local or common localization in the hop-up button. Everything else is there. What I want to do is here. We want to check if the hop-up is attached. And display that. Hop-up.attach to weapon. Should probably actually cache that. If weapon is valid, actually going to have an else statement here, which is going to be m public attached to weapon text enabled equals false. Otherwise, we will set it to true. The text will be string.format common localization dot inventory attached to weapon dot try. Well, we do need locat here. I do still need the using in order to use this. Try get text is an extension method, which does a null check before it does the rest of it. Put a parameter there just in case. And weapon.weaponinfo display name try text. Cool. And the idea behind that is that prefabs, UI. Oh wait, no, that's gonna be in layers, layer HUD. Probably should be moved to UI, but over here, we're going to add a text mesh pro text, which we're actually going to. First of all, we're going to name this attached to text. We're going to add a layout element to it to ignore layout, so that we can place it wherever the fuck we want. It's going to be centered at the top. Actually, we should do this. Pivot being centered, honestly. Position Y0 be like -5. I guess actually it's positive or up. I do need to change the font though. Use the thinner black outline here. Yep. That would be kind of small text. Actually going to center it, but bottom align it. So it'll be something like attached to. They'll actually use an auto size here. 24. And also put the stuff here. R1 level 9 plus 5. I'll probably still want to be further up, actually. I'll put it at the top up there. It's probably the best. But actually, I'm going to change the text for that. Why are my Windows skins stuck again? I'm going to surround it with parentheses. That. But then, of course, Kbity disabled most of the time. Until we can make a thing that lets us click on these buttons. Because again, the focus for today is attaching hop-ups to weapons. Then I can go back to UI inventory hop-up button, and we do M manager display hop-up, the one that we have stored here. Something I should probably actually make sure I do is that whenever this menu opens, which actually we're due on change menu, it's an easier spot for it. If new menu equals this, what we want to do is we'll disable all three of these cards. We'll set our weapon select mode. And our current selected item type to none. Okay, I'm gonna have a public method here. Activate or attach. This is just the action that gets called by the button, the activate button, and also the input for it. It's going to basically just have a switch statement here, which will be current selected item type. Do nothing on break, or do nothing on none. With hop up, we want to start doing the attach. Trying to do public void start attachment. Attachment hop up. And here's all the things that need to happen when we start attaching a hop up. Let me actually collapse all the stuff that we don't care about right now. So when we attach a hop-up, we want to enable this attach hop-up group. We're also setting a weapon select mode, so we want to set this up. So we need those references. This is actually it. The game object weapon select mode background is here. So we want to enable that. We also want to enable the attaching hop-up info card thing. So attaching hop up group game object. which will also be doing that whenever we'll actually have just like a method here for a reset. Where we do all of this stuff. So move all this in here and then just change this to reset menu. And so what we want to do is weapon select mode background. Set that to inactive. Also set attaching hop-up group active to false. Okay. Here we can do activate or attach. We're going to do like start attachment for hop-up selected. So the first thing we're actually going to do with start attachment is if hop-up is not valid, then just short circuit out guard clause. And so we are going to need to enable both of these. I am actually going to need to override something. Handle cancel. Normally what cancel does is it will try to set player menu, but we actually want to check first if we're currently doing weapon selecting. Like if we're currently attaching a hop-up, or if we're doing something else with the weapon menu, we want to cancel that instead. We can just do switch on, and it's going to be current weapon mode. And then default will be base handle cancel. So CAI-TAN types none will also be the default down here. Yeah, if we're attach hop up, we want to set these back to false. But basically what we could do is, as long as it is anything other than none, we can actually just do this on an if condition instead. I'll do this like this. In this case, we'll do base handle cancel and then return. Otherwise, we will do setting these to false. Another thing I'll probably actually do is... This is publicly gettable. I'm gonna make the inventory hop-up button not try to do this if we are currently trying to do an attach mode. Specifically, if... Damn it. Current weapon mode is attach hop-up, then return. Don't actually do anything. Okay, but we'll start attachment. So we set these to active. We do also, we have the attaching hop-up info card. Attaching hop-up info card, set item to this hop-up. Oh, right, we need the info too. I probably want to cache that too. Because you're going to need to get the thing. Did I already do a placeholder entry here for the thing? Yeah, select a weapon to attach the thing to. Cool. So now we have that. We want to do weapon select mode text. Dot text equals string dot format column localization. Is it inventory select weapon to attach? No, it's inventory weapon select mode attach. Oh well, no, it's on the common localization, right? Which it's that. Try get text. Display name, try get text. And then we're basically going to keep it in hop-up selected. And I still have to figure out how we navigate this on controller. That's going to be kind of annoying. But we are also going to want to do, this will also help, we want to do current weapon mode. Dot, sorry, no, equals attach hop-up. That will then inform us that that's what we're doing here. That should be it. What we'll actually also do is current weapon mode is attach hop up. We're gonna have some special behaviors here. Alright, let's do... Here, we're gonna finish this out. I set this to none. Another thing is I'm actually going to also disable all of the info cards when we start doing start attachment, so that the player isn't confused, because we should only be able to select weapons from here. Ended up making lunch instead. Yeah. What kind of lunch did you make? So we're going to have a pretty lengthy guard clause here. And if we're not currently attaching a hop-up, or hop-up selected is null. Actually, I can't do that. Or weapon selected is null. Boiled egg and a salad with some veggies and cheese. Interesting. Man, I haven't had boiled eggs in a while. Of course, naturally. We also do a public void finish attachment replace. This is going to be called from the attachment replacement modal. This is just going to only do setting our selected to nothing. We have to reset all of our variables. I probably actually want to make that be part of reset menu. I also want this to be turn weapon mode does not equal catch hop up. Don't do any of this. And we do still want to build our options. I need a method here for building options. In fact, what I probably want is, so we want do a serialized field down here. It's also going to be header. Templates. New inventory hop up button. Hop up button template. And then we're going to want a private list of UI inventory hop up buttons. Listings. Close a new one of these. I'm going to do public void display. I should change this to build pop up list. Objects inside a list are all sitting inside waiting for the claw to pick them. I don't know. That's scary. So first we're going to run a quick thing to delete all current entries in it. Pop-up listings. And we'll do game object. Actually, we want to do this. Oh no, it's destroy. What am I thinking? Then we want to do hop-up listings clear. Keep seeing public void and being like, ooh, Java, but no, it's just C#. And then then I get sad because it reminds me I need to start learning C++ eventually. I tried learning C++. I kind of don't like it. A lot of the, pointer things confuse me. Then again, to be fair, I tried to learn C++ using Unreal Engine, and it's possible that just a bad place to start, and I needed to start, a much more general, project for me to understand C++. But it sucked. I could not understand what I was looking at sometimes. It'd be like, this wants to have, this wants a, static pointer of this type. And I'm like, okay, I want it to be this. That's not a static pointer. Well, then how do I make it a static pointer? Well, you do this, and I do that. It's like, well, now you can't set it, because it's a static pointer. And I'm like, what? Or it's like, we like a constant pointer here. And it's like, well, then how the fuck am I going to set this as a constant pointer? This feels like a thing that should be not a constant. This should be a thing that can be changed at some point. So I just had issue with that, I think. That's vaguely what I remember. Stop pointing, just let me ignore protected access. So now we have the hop-up listings clear. We want to basically... We'll need the parent that this thing has. So we'll do... pop-up button template. That is not the right... That should be M underscore. Transform parent. C++ first, so I try to manage my own memory. Yeah, that's not doable in C++. Or sorry, in C#. I mean... The thing is that, C# is very similar to Java, and it's also very similar to, GML, which is where I started, which is Game Maker language. That's for GM Studio. Technically, it wasn't actually GM Studio I started with. I started with Game Maker 7. That was 2012. Not even. That was fuck, because 2012 I was in high school. And I started doing stuff in middle school, so it would have been 2009, I want to say. 2009, 2010, maybe? That's probably around where it is. Is it, you can actually talk to the garbage collector and mainly trigger it in Java, I'm assuming? Or C#? So I do not remember. I have not done stuff with garbage collection in a hot minute, so. In C#, interesting. That's fun. You can use pointers in C#, this is true. In fact, I honestly should be using pointers more often in C#. And I'll probably end up using a lot of pointer stuff when I do the level gen system, like the really hard part of the level gen, where we do the actual procedural generation and procedurally laying out the floor. True, yeah. I forgot about that, but like it'll probably be useful for stuff like that. Because that definitely needs to be performant, because it's going to be really, really involved. Because it's going to have to do the whole thing where it's like, can we place a room here? No. Then shift over one tile, can we place a room here? In order to do that, it's going to need to check like every single fucking tile in that room layout against every single tile on the map. Well, against tiles on the map. It doesn't have to check it against every single, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it has to do that like 100 times for about 50 rooms, I think. I have to go look at the document for it again. And yeah, so what we want is... we need the inventory. Do we have the inventory? Wait, hang on a second. No, this is like the thing for that. Where do we get, what? How do we get our player? How do we normally do that? Oh, it is part of player menu handler, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So we just gotta get that through there then. Where was I? Build up a list. You need to get me the player. The thing is that half the reason why some of the code is weird, especially around getting a player, is that I'm leaving the door open for multiplayer, but we also aren't planning on releasing multiplayer when the game releases 1.0 launch. I will likely do it as a free update, if anything. But, like, we're aiming for single-player launch on 1.0. Because that's simpler and easier. And also just, like, in general, multiplayer is a fucking beast to design for. That's why we do need to kind of be specific about how we get the player. But we can do this. Inventory equals player input. We are going to need to actually go back a level to status and then get the inventory. Yeah, for sure. Then I believe all I really need to do is, we do a for each here. Inventory. Hop up inventory. Yep. that's all of the attachment pop-ups. I'm going to name this to, just, we'll keep it as item, because that kind of makes sense. The thing is, I can very, very clearly see Toaster Gun playing really well in multiplayer. I think it would be really cool to see it in multiplayer. There's a lot of stuff that kind of feels like it was kind of made with co-op in mind. I say that as if it's someone else's game, but it's my game. There's some stuff that I have just, like, I feel like it would really work very well as co-op. It's just that, like, I don't want to work on that right now. Funnily enough, it's like, my wife refuses to play single-player games. She only plays multiplayer games, with the very, very rare exception every now and then. Like, she really likes Cyberpunk 2077 because she really likes getting immersed in that world and playing as her silly biker girl, tacker girl type thing. But she just will not play most single-player games. I cannot get her... Like, she likes reading and stuff a lot, too. And I'm trying to get her to play, like, visual novels, because that's just reading. And she's just like, nah, it's still a single-player game to me. It's like, it's just a novel. It's just a book in game format. You just read it. And you get immersed in the world. Anyways, so what we need to do is var button equals instantiate the pop-up button template. We want to put it on the parent and false for instantiate in world space. We'll let the layout handle it. More picky with multiplayer games. It's hard to get networking code right. And ping also makes fast-paced combat less enjoyable. Yeah. I don't know, because I am a bit of an FPS. I'm a bit of an FPS whore. I've been playing Team Fortress 2 for a pretty long fucking time, and I like it. Like, netcode sometimes is part of the jank. It's part of the fun. Sometimes it's jank, and sometimes that's fun. But I will say that, like, playing fighting games is always a little bit difficult, unless the game, is smart enough to implement rollback netcode. But not everybody wants to do that. Right, naturally. That is the other big thing, is that, like, I can absolutely see me doing local multiplayer, and that'll probably be fairly easy. It just requires a bit of changing of some of the logic. It's online multiplayer that's going to be the real challenge. And, like, with just local multiplayer, players can absolutely just use, like, Steam's remote play or whatever to have other players play alongside. And that, like, works well enough in those situations, but it is also, like, you are going to have input lag, and that's definitely going to be a problem with Toaster Gun, because you have, like, perfect dodges that reward you for timing things perfectly. So that definitely is a thing where it's, like, it probably would be better with an online multiplayer, with, like, everything kind of handled in a way that kind of allows it to do rollback stuff. Which is why I like doing very prescriptive, tick-based calculations of everything. Everything is in fixed update. I do not do update for any physics, obviously, but also just any of the, like, logic calculations. Weapons are all tick. Contraptions are all tick. Pop-ups are all tick. Enemy behaviors are tick. Everything is kind of based around ticks. So that's a big thing. And also everything's based around integers because I hate floats. I hate floats with a passion. If you've ever noticed, whenever I'm looking at damage stuff for weapons, you'll notice that everything is an integer. Not just damage, but fire rate is an integer on the back end. It represents itself as a float whenever it comes to displaying and also with the inspector, but internally it's an integer. And it handles itself on basically like a tick-based system. I can show you the weapon like fire rate system, and also the reload and other like things that have like a speed that handles it. I'll get equipable weapon, I think. So get modified reload speed. Let me see where it's used. Yeah, it's right here. Tick reload state. So this is called here in the fixed update, tick reload state. And what's actually done is, I think it actually is checked here, I think. So if we're currently reloading, then we'll take the get modified reload speed. And it returns 100 unless there is modifications to be done with the weapon behavior. Probably actually have another thing. Why don't we? Unless the base of this does... Oh yeah, no, the base does actually do the stuff like it uses its bonuses. Right, okay. That's part of base weapon behavior. That's why. So it'll return 100 when it's normal, and then it'll return something slightly larger than that whenever we have like a bonus. Right? And so it adds that onto reloading subticks. And then it checks the duration from get reload duration subticks. This is a value that usually comes from the weapon's info. And you'll see this tooltip says returns this weapon's reload duration as the number of ticks multiplied by 100. So, for example, a weapon that has a 1 second reload time will return 6,000 to this value. And then so like normally we're going to be adding 100 to reloading subticks every tick. And then so basically it takes 60 ticks for it to reload, which is 1 second. And it's pretty much how it does here, is when reloading subticks is greater than or equal to the duration that we want, then we finish the reload. Everything is handled in this sort of way, including fire rate. Fire rate's handled that way. The dodge delay and weapon switch speed are both handled that way as well. Where it adds on the subticks as a multiplier type deal. Okay. That way, if reload speed changes mid-reload, it represents that correctly. Because otherwise it'll be like, oh, I had plus 50% weapon speed, I start the reload, and the reload's going to take this amount of time. But then that reload speed bonus expires partway through, but because the weapon's already started its timer, then it's going to still take this amount of time. Nah, I don't like that. Instead, it's done this way. It just ticks up. And again, it's using integer ticks for everything, because I hate floats. That's the entire reason why it's set up that way. It does also mean that a lot of percent bonuses are also integers, because I don't like the idea of having the math change depending on what platform it's on. Or, you know, depending on what the CPU decides is the best instruction to use for that multiplication. And then that's different from how, like, a certain other computer might want to do it. Or a certain other processor, you know, Intel versus AMD, stuff like that. I don't like that, so instead everything's integers. Because I trust integers, for the most part. For the most part. Anyways, what was I doing here? Oh yeah, first off, we want to add button to the hop-up listings. Then we also want to do button game object set active, true, because they're all going to be set inactive. In fact, actually, we probably want to make sure they're all set up that way. Actually, gonna make it be the very first thing in build hop-up list. Just in case. Excuse me. Once it's set active to true, we can then do set hop up item. That's basically it. In theory, we could also do an object pool for this, would probably be preferable. But I'm just gonna set this up as is for now. No, I'm not going to... Well, it's not necessary to do an object pool here because it is a UI that's just rebuilt here. But if we rebuild it very often, then we might want to consider object pooling. I don't think it will be done so very often. I probably will also need an event on the inventory. So, like, if we somehow pick up a item whilst we're in the inventory screen, we need the inventory screen to also rebuild itself. So I'll probably need an event somewhere to do that. But for now, this is fine. I can have that as part of the reset menu, is build hop-up list. And also, something that we don't want to do in reset menu. I'm gonna like put a thing here, comment here. Note, do not reset the map view in reset menu. Instead, that should be handled in something that is called from on enabled. So that the map view isn't fucked with every time the player does anything. Not that we currently have a map view, but, you know, I do want to get that done soon because I get lost in my own fucking map. Which is embarrassing. Also, I'm going to tactical reload my water real quick, because that is out. Oh yeah, it's straight up out. Tactical water reload. It's not the most tactical. I'm basically just like, Ria's started getting, those big cases of water bottles, for situations in which we, like, completely drain our water, purifier, too quickly. She'll usually pull, one of the water bottles from the thing, And also because, like, she can throw that in the fridge and have cold water, whereas I just throw ice in it, and it's fine. And also because I don't need my water to be super cold, because that just damages your voice. Anyways, back into it. So yeah, build hop-up list, so we can have a hop-up list be built with whatever we have in our inventory. Yeah, so activate or attach, this is the method that gets called by button. Cool. So we can set those things up now. Here in this scroll pew, even, we have this hop-up slot group here, which will actually put the component on this. UI hop-up info card. That's the wrong script. UI inventory hop-up button. There we go. I was like, nameplate? I don't expect a nameplate here. Let's see, hop-up name, hop-up category, icon image, and of course the one inventory manager in this map. This prefab. Save that. That'll basically handle all of that. We have this attach button. Let's use or attach, I should say. In fact, this should also be updated. We need a reference to that. Your inventory manager. You need a TMP text for attach or activate button. What's it going to say if we don't have something clicked on? I say just make it empty. I'm just gonna call this updated activate button. And I'm going to go look at our common localization entries to see if we have stuff for this. I'll go here. How do I have so many notifications in Blue Sky? What the fuck happened on Blue Sky? I guess a lot of people hearted a bunch of things for me. Huh. Okay. Very odd that it doesn't collapse them all into the single number. But at the same time, it's kind of cool that I have a bunch of that going on. Thing is that there's also, like, 6 of these are from the earlier original character post. I've also got another 4 from the stupid programmer socks joke I made. And a bunch that are on the stream announcement. Cool. Alright, I'm going to look at common localization entries here. Yeah, so we don't have like a generic attach prompt, so we're going to need one. So I don't think I can fit like attach to weapon in there. So I'm just going to need like attach. Actually, I do have a... Here's the inventory attached to. So there's this. I just need to add a field for that then. So I have to make sure that we have the other two set, which I didn't. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's... Why did it choose pirate speak? Hold on. Oh, because I put this... Hang on. This should be... !P. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be able to set the same language twice. That's goofy. Oh well. It's fixed. Yes. I'm gonna have like a generic thing. Actually, no, it would be prompt, I think. Let's just call it attach to prompt. Yeah. Thank you for the Morgie world map. Here it is. Cool. Alright, so back in here, what we want to do is actually, I am going to need to reference the button, too. So, where is that? Attach or activate button text. And then we're going to also have attach or activate button. And it's just going to be a button. I'm going to change that to disabled or enabled, depending on whether or not we have the thing here. And you guys should do if... quick, we'll just fill this out for a sec. Current selected item type is none. They're going to do attach or activate button, interactable, false. So we can do this a little bit easier. Nah. Return. And just set it to true here. And you switch on current selected item type. Why are we not getting the thing I want? There it is. I'm missing cases. I don't want to do anything on none because this handles that. Another thing we do is I do want to go ahead and make the activate button. It's going to be contraption activate. And I'm also going to do one more, which will be weapon draw. So contraption activate will just be activate. Like that. Instead of calling it activate, just call it use. Just use. Then we can do inventory screen. I'm gonna do inventory contraption use. Of course, inventory weapon draw. Damn it, I lost the thing I was clicking on. What's that? Weapon draw. Nearly attached to here. Cool. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to simplify this a little bit. Well, no, because I do want to do something which is going to be if the... Now we'll just trust that we do have a thing selected. What I do is I have to remember how we're doing this. We just implemented a thing for this. Okay, so we want that then. So we want is string glyph. We want player input action glyphs, and it's going to be a menu thing. Menu secondary action, I believe, is what we want. Because that's going to be E or square. Get glyph string. Is controller will be player input. Is controller. And null for unbound string. Or actually do just like empty. Of course it doesn't want to be nice to us. Another thing we'll actually do is attach or activate button text. We'll set it to string.empty when we don't have a selected item type. And then from here, we're instead going to set it to switch on current selected item type. It's going to be item. No, it's the variable name and then switch, right? She's going to be the default. We'll do string.empty. And what we'll do is item types weapon. The common localization. Actually, I want to do the glyph first. Glyph plus common localization dot inventory weapon draw. Try get text. We'll let it be empty. Otherwise, don't do a semicolon here. We're doing a switch statement. Item types contraption will be glyph plus inventory contraption use try get text. Pop up will be glyph dot attach to prompt. Try get text. Don't do a semicolon here. And there. Let's have that be there. Cool. I'm gonna make sure we do update activate button whenever we do a menu reset. In here. Also want to do it whenever we're doing this. And then in reset menu. Probably will actually just have, instead of finish attachment and replace, just have the modal call reset. Actually, we'll just do it here. Reset menu. And then a to-do here. Okay. So here's how we do it. Do we have a reference to the replace modal? Yes, we do. Cool. So if we're clicking finish attachment, hop up selected, weapon selected. Oh, this needs to be, this is a short circuit actually. That's if those aren't valid. And we basically need to check if it can be just immediately attached to the weapon. If so, we'll do that. And in order to do that, I'm going to actually go look at the modal for the item on the ground. The hop-up actions modal. Get the target weapon. I probably do want to make sure that you can't click on this if the weapon is incompatible. But I probably actually want to have that be part of update activate button. Oh, you know what? We want this to be different depending on if we're in the weapon select mode or not. Current weapon mode does not equal... Sorry, if it equals none, then we'll do this simplified thing. Else, we want the text to be very simple. It's going to be the attach to prompt again. Probably shouldn't be. It should be like, you know, the actual attach the word by itself, but eh. Actually, for now, we're gonna make it if it's not attach hop up. The other modes are going to be handled differently. And here we actually need to check interactable depending on whether or not it's compatible. And for that, what we want to do is m attach button dot interactable equals, the first thing that needs to be true is weapon selected needs to be valid. The next thing that we need is if weapon selected can attach that hop-up. And that's done by... Let me go ahead and pin this, I can reference it later. Target weapon is hop-up compatible! Probably also wanted to make sure that the hop-up is valid. Is hop-up compatible? Yep, that should be it. True. Also, check that up here. So we'll also short circuit out from there. And we are assuming that this is compatible, so we're going to try and attach it. And I'm probably going to copy all of this code because this is all of the conditions we need to check. So we want to check if category is limited and then check if empty slot exists. So we're just going to do check if category is limited, and then check if empty slots are available. All checks passed. Do the attachment. Here I want to go to this. Which does that, which is a little bit different from the other thing. That's not what I want, because I want a thing that inherits from that. I guess let's just go find the override for it. Oh no, it's on collect is what I want. Right. And then item, hop up on collect. Here's what we want. Here's what we want. Then again, we probably do need to remove it. Okay, yeah, so it's way simpler than fun. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is remove it from inventory. Probably want the inventory checked here. Which once again, it has to be kind of go up and down again. There's a method for add hop up to inventory, but there isn't one for remove. Let me go look at this and see if there's stuff to it. Yeah, there is actually on exit inventory as a method we're gonna need to call. When it's set attached to weapon, we do clear in player inventory here. Probably don't need a call on exit inventory in that case. Oh, Meow! Saying the Purple, thank you very much for the raid, Tengu. How are you guys doing? Let me get a shout out for you. What are you guys up to? Retro, what were we playing this time around then? Sorry, I'm kind of knee-deep in some code. I'm trying to get things started. So, really all I really need to do is probably like void move pop up inventory. We'll... Actually, no, discard hop-up is here. Which we don't want to call on exit inventory, though, is the thing. That's the big thing we want to make sure we don't do. Is remove from the list. Doing alright. Stream went well. Streamed episode 11 of Thursday Retro Game Emporium. Rare Nintendo HAL Labs Shmup. Call up Ichu, Kbity, SDF. So another thing is, here I actually want to make this return a thing. I'm gonna return the dropped item. This returns my there, so we can do that. That way, if I do want to do something with this discarded hop-up, we can. Interesting. Those are certainly game names. I've never heard of any of this. Would you have fun with them, at least? That's the big thing to ask, I guess. So that's that. Even though SDF did get challenging near the end. Yeah, sorry, today we're just doing some code. Not super fancy or fun. I'm sorry about that, but, you know, that's how it do be. I can see if I can potentially boot it up to play it in a bit, but again, I am knee-deep in the code. Not even, I'm like waist-deep, honestly. Hop up. cleaning this up. If ram ref drop is set to true, this returns item hop up instance created by this discard connection. Otherwise, returns null. Now I know what this does. Compare it to remove hop up from inventory.
Headpats incoming.
Headpats. Yeah. Thank you, Headpats. Yeah. I probably actually will go ahead and add a parameter here. We'll execute exit behavior will be true by default, but we'll have a false for the other thing, or for other things. Be right back. Need to use the restroom. Understandable. No, if everybody, if y'all need to raid and run or go and get some food and stuff, definitely do that. As it stands, I'm actually starting to get a little bit peckish. I might grab a emergency ration in a minute. Base off of behavior on exit inventory. Set this to false if the hop up is being attached to a weapon from the inventory instead. There, simple. So do remove hop up from inventory. It's the hop up selected. False on execute exit behavior. And that's if the checks pass, is the thing. And we have to do those checks. And they're somewhere. Oh, here it is. Cool. Probably want to copy this method here at the start replacement menu. The weapon, blue as category. Then place candidates. That makes sense. So these are all going to be the hop-up replace modal. We actually don't need this because we can get weapon from weapon selected. This is going to be hop up selected. Target attachment? Oh. That. Cool. So that can be done that way. Now that we have that method, we can do the other things easily. We can just basically copy-paste this. Copy-paste is dangerous, but... And we're going to do weapon selected here instead. This needs to be the info of hop-up we're attaching. So let's get that real quick. There, info. Or I should save this as hop-up info. Hop-up selected. Hop-up info. Oh, I missed a capital A-I here. Checks that. Oh, it's checking out that. Cool. I was going to rename this to a hop-up to imply that's attached hop-up, and a hop-up that's already attached, I feel. Let me do that. Awesome. I'm actually going to clean that up from you, so you're good now. And then you're simple. And it's just that. Weapon selected hop-up slots. This. Hang on. Target weapon attach hop-ups. It's already done this. So we can actually just do attach hop-ups instead. I can actually simplify that in here too. Cool. Alright, so now I can do the attachment, remove hop-up from inventory, and then back on execute attachment. Right, we need the item hop up. And we just do that then. Weapon selected. Attach hop up. Hop up selected. And doesn't replace the hop up. That's it, right? I think so, yeah. because normally it's -1. All right. And then, of course, the last thing we do here is reset menu after finishing that. So I'll rebuild all of our options. So now we just need to build the weapon buttons. These are going to be a little bit more involved because they have so many more fields here. UI, game menus, inventory, do create behavior script, UI, inventory, weapon button. I'm going to pin this one and actually put it right next to the pop-up button. So I'm going to do a lot of the same things here. The name text. Should we try to fit the category in there, or I feel like that's not necessary. Not the category, but the attribute texts. Nah, I think that would clutter it up way too much. We do need the icon image, and we do also need a mentor. So I'm going to copy some of these. We are going to need UI and TM Pro. And this needs to be in the UI namespace. Cool. We don't have a category text. We just have the name text. We have the icon image. Yeah. So the slider here. I think EXP here is just a label using the label thing. Yes, it is. It's using listener label, so don't have to worry about that. We are going to need the slider for this. I probably also want to write the actual number here. That was kind of the thing that I wanted to do, so I probably want to actually try and set that up. I'm going to duplicate this label right here. EXP number label. How much XP do these weapons normally have again? I have to remember. Master experience to next level. How is this set? Yeah, here's set XP to next level. So we have it as the first level. So level will be 0. Base A. 11 base XP. All these things are in game difficulty. I'm gonna need to pin game difficulty because I just want to remember the numbers. 3,000. And then these are like the exponents that aren't added on. So we'll actually just like write this as like it's not 3,000, 30,000, right? Yeah, 30,000. This will be written like this. Also, instead of doing this, we're actually going to be running this. Have it stretch out the entire thing. Have it be a little bit smaller. We don't need to be bold. Have it be like that. So real quick, I am going to hide the max label for a sec. Change it to this font. Give it the nice little blue color there. That kind of does need an outline. See what we can do. Nah, it doesn't do that. Kind of want a thinner outline to it, honestly, but that's fine enough. Actually, I'm going to do an auto size here, so the max will be 22. If we want to really have it be super small, or if we really want to have it be super long number, we can do that. I might also do this formatting to it as well, to make it easier to read. So that will be a thing. So we'll want a TMP text here. It's going to be exp bar amount text. We're also going to want a slider m exp bar. I need to go find the thing that handles drawing the weapon, so that we can or draw the weapon's UI elements. HUD active weapons. So I want to see how we do this. We have the experience bar. We do actually have an image for the experience bar fill. What is this used for? Do set the XP bar color for a thing. Ah, yeah, so it's changed depending on that. Okay, cool. Got it. So we'll need that then. Inventory weapon button. Image EXP bar fill. Just gonna pin this for a bit. I can unpin some of these. Don't need this for now. Get rid of that. Alright. So hot active weapon. We'll do this. That's right, we probably do actually want to use events for this one too. Or maybe not. No, it's just gonna be like, it's gonna happen whenever we like reset menu anyways, so we'll just do it on drop. Do want to reference this private equipable weapon. It gets weapon info. I need that for all of the basic parts. Oh yeah, we're also going to need the pop-up image array. So we need an array of images. Pop-up array. Okay, so we'll do the easy parts first. Name text, text, we actually have a thing that we need to do with this. There's a way to format this. So you have the HUD decorated nameplate here. Find all references to this. We'll do set text. Hold on. This doesn't do what it's supposed to do. This doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to show the, I guess because the level is shown elsewhere on the thing, it doesn't need to do that. But I guess that does mean that we need to go find another thing that normally does this, which is the UI weapon info card. Does this. Weapon info card has a weapon nameplate. Here it is. HUD style data format weapon nameplate is what we want. Cool. Okay, now we know. Oh, so I'm actually gonna go over here. I want the style. We're gonna need that. Oh, we don't actually have that here. So instead, we're gonna do C component reference. This is HUD style data, and do it in a special way, which is going to be if style data is null and manager is valid, then set style data to manager style data. Cool. So now you do style data, format weapon nameplates. It's going to be the info of the weapon here, and we want weapon dot base weapon level, weapon dot weapon mastery level. Let's put this out here and do weapon dot reforge level. There it is. Yeah. Yep. Okay, next is the image. And that's easy. Info dot inventory icon. Do we have the shadowed thing here? We do. We actually do have the shadowed thing here, so I do actually need to also set that for the other thing. Drop shadow image. We can actually do this here. So it's faster, SVR. Welcome back. You haven't missed much. So, how did I click? Yeah, on click. So I'll do this. Public, click, and the way this works is manager. We don't have a method for it yet. Hang on. Inventory manager. We need a method for this. It's going to be display weapon. I'm gonna like duplicate this display hop up real quick. Create one of this display weapon. Why? What? Oh, it's fucking down here. Okay, that's why. Just have to get rid of all of that. You also just like automatically set this actually. Just always set this to false. This needs to be weapon. Also, I should just like have that as a easier method. That's right, item types. It's the type here. Yeah, okay. Type. I'm actually gonna need to rename this because that's actually incorrect. Rename. Current selected item type will be set to type. And then we're going to have this thing right here. So if type is pop-up, we'll set that. Type is weapon. Type equals contraption. That's a convenience function to set all of those. We'll also do update, activate button. Which might do it twice, but it's fine. I'll keep current weapon lists. Yes. I'll put that into reset menu. You and do actually do it here. Set selected item type is none. I think we did. Did we do update act? Yeah, we did. So now we can remove this as well. And make sure that we're not calling this in a place that really shouldn't be calling it. Cool. Those are the places we want to be. So now I can set that up here. We do set selected item type weapon, which that will also call the update activate button. You can do weapon info card set weapon, because it's all special. It should be... Hold on. Does not let us set the... No, it does let us set the equipable. Okay, cool. Weird. We always want to set that. We can go ahead and set the weapon info even when it's disabled, and just make sure this gets set there. Then again, no, the info, this thing doesn't need the info card to be updated. We just need to do that, because we know what weapon it is. Do you also want to set that up here? We do the set selected item type pop up. Oh yeah, actually, we need to fix this button. So if we're currently selected item type is hop up, and hop up selected, and hop up selected dot attached to weapon. We're actually going to do attach activate button dot interactable. Should be the opposite of this. As in, as long as my lips are so chapped. Ah, it fucking fell out again. I need new lip balm. Yeah, that's the main thing. So if we're selecting a hop that's attached to a weapon, we don't want to update the we won't want to let the activate button be available. So we can also do that on start attachment. Like that. Cool. Actually wants this to be also called by input. So let's get through display weapon. I think this is actually all I need, because I don't really need anything else fancy for it. I just want to make sure that that text is disabled. And yeah, so now I can do this set. Actually, display weapon. Use the weapon that we currently have. At some point, we do also want to handle potentially having it scroll through its hop-ups, but for now, it's not going to do that. I'm going to grab an emergency ration. It's emergency ration time. And it's all melty because it is too hot in my fucking room. We just get the same song back to back? No, the previous one was a remix of this song. This is just a funny coincidence. Let's find another song. Yeah, okay. Fucking Nanasei's theme. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay, we still have a bunch of things to do here, though. Real quick, I'm going to have a const here. EXP value format. Parameter 0 / parameter 1. Okay. Let's do the on experience update here. I think that is just for the level... Yeah, base level text, okay. Let's actually just get these values real quick. Just to have these cached. Right here, because we're going to access it multiple times here. Base level, mastery level, and reforge. No, not ref, reforge. Okay, those checked, we can then do... It's probably actually way simpler than that. Here I have ready, normal, ready, normal. The only situation in which we have that is when it's maxed. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. If mask level, I actually want the maximum as well. And that's gotten from this variable here, which we have to figure out on experience update. How is this called? It's invoked here. Weapon max mastery level is a property. Yes, okay, cool. So we'll just get that then. Max mastery level. Cool. Yeah, because there are things that can affect that. It's experience bar maxed, I'm guessing, right? Yeah, because that's a color. Yep, that's a color. Really? We need to check if it's... Hang on. Oh, that's right. There is a separate color that's shown when it's, like, ready to level up, but hasn't leveled up yet. I think that's how that works. We are going to need the amount of XP it has, though. There's master experience points. And there's a next level. Master experience to next level. I can paste this XP granted to next level, and then use these conditions. From there, we can finally do XP bar fill dot color equals COL. And that should, the compiler should understand that it is set either way. Cool. We want to clamp the stuff, so we do XP equals clamp between 0 and next level. How's this handled? Oh, we actually do these. Interesting. Max value equals next level. Cool. I'll try and divide these up into sections. So here's the experience bar section. We do also need the max thing too. Which will actually be this thing that we're going to need to get a variable for. XP bar max. is that? So I'm gonna need this. It's going to be a game object. Like that. That should be all we need. Oh, and then the value. XP bar amount text. Dot text will be string dot format. We take KEXP value format. XP. Actually, we want XP.toStrings. Where I believe we want N0. Hey, go look at the money, because the money uses it. Where's our money? Where's our money? Where's our money? That'd be in game HUD, right? Player extra values, here it is. It's gonna be somewhere in here. N0. Yes, cool. ToString x4. Yep, there it goes. Cool. Now for the hop-ups. The painful part. For now, it is just going to be filling in all the images. Which I am going to need to go find the UI weapon info card. And look at how we do it here. Yeah, these setup pop-up slots method here. I might actually just copy this method. Alright, so weapon.weapon info. Use explicit type. I'm gonna need to do that for all of these. Oh, Siri Purple Gravarian. Thank you very much for the raid. I don't recognize your name though. Or sorry, Gavarian. Did I say Gravarian? What were you up to? Software and game dev. Oh, fellow game dev. You fellow game dev VTuber? It's been a hot minute. Nah, you're just a game dev folk, I think. Working on your game. What you working on? Do you have a Steam link or something that we can check out? And if so, do let me know before you post this so that I can permit you so you don't get bopped by the auto mod. Do let me know if you got like a link to whatever game you're working on. I don't, unfortunately, because I still need more like asset stuff to be able to like actually have a fucking page that has stuff on it. I still don't know why we're doing this. When we can just do this. It's not that expensive to be doing that check. Bot is ruthless. It do be ruthless. I did bop CC earlier. No Steam link yet. Probably a couple years off from that. I feel you. I hope I can get a Steam page by the end of the year. That might be a little too hopeful. Again, I've been slowed down quite a bit by health issues, but hopefully I can get new stuff. Sci-fi JRPG. Interesting. Very Final Fantasy X inspired. That sounds fun. Absolute voice break there. Sorry, I just like did that directly into the microphone too. I'm sorry. That sounds fun. I know that like one of the projects I really want to work on right after Toaster Gun is going to be an action RPG. Something along the lines of little bit of Hi-Fi Rush, a little bit of like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry kind of deal. Very specifically, initially inspired by Zenless Zone Zero, just like I want to do Zenless Zone Zero but better type of deal. But it is also like more specifically a handful of other things. It's definitely like it's got strong inspiration from Hi-Fi Rush and stuff, but like I'm waiting to work on that because that is a much bigger project. Today we are working on a much smaller project, and that's Toasty, which is a top-down shooter roguelike game with some fun mechanics. Interesting. What was this for? H-icon right transform. This updates the size. Which we don't need. Okay, I see. No, this is just like, this disables the object if it's past the slot limit. Right, okay. I understand now. Change this to that. Use this. This is going to be HU info instead. There. Cool, and then we can just do that here. Set up pop-up slots. I'm actually going to do, like, down here, like a to-do. Make these clickable so we can see hop-ups on the weapon. But that's going to be later. Eventually we'll figure that out, but for now it's going to be like that. Cool. And that should be all we need. Let me look at this again. We're setting up pop-up slots. We do set up the icon here. Oh, wait. Did I want this icon, like the background, to change color depending on the rarity? I might have actually wanted that. So I might actually do that then. I'll probably just use the fucking, Oh no, there's probably a variable for it, I think. Probably not, though. We need the rarity. Let's go to weapon info. Let's go find it through this. We do the Wikipedia stuff. Where's rarity? Why am I missing it? Why am I blind? Oh, because it's part of generic effect item info. I have to go back here and find it. Item rarity info. There it is. We could also just pull it from the nameplate style data, actually. We just do that, actually. I'll steal it from that. Name section is just a label. So the icon, what we want to do is, so we actually do need that reference then. And we don't need the rarity for anything else, so we're just gonna pull it like this. Info. Excuse me. Item rarity. Nameplate style. And nameplate color. Just like that. So now I can go back to the main inventory manager and we'll be able to set up buttons for that. I'm going to duplicate this build hop-up list to do this. Build weapon list. We are actually going to need to set that up. UI inventory weapon button. Call this weapon listings. And we'll add a template for it. We don't need this header twice. I probably want this header to be in a separate thing here, so that can be moved around. There we go. Much better. Alright, so now build weapons list. So we want to do weapon button template set active for each var to delete in weapon listings. We destroy. Reset that up. That's. Did I just try to rename the fucking things? Weapon listings. Use explicit type instead of var. It selected the wrong fucking thing there. That's weird. Alright, and then... Oh, that's right! These can be empty slots! I forgot about that. I do actually need to set that up so that it's empty slot. I forgot about the empty slot thing. So if it's an empty slot, when it's an empty slot, it instead looks like this. So I need to set that up real quick. So I need that. Right up here, it's going to do game object empty slot, and then weapon slot. So we can go back up here, and then we're gonna do if weapon is null, then we're going to do weapon slot set active false. We're actually going to do something a little bit simpler. If weapon is null, then... yeah, we just return. Nothing else is set there. Awesome. Which technically makes it a guard clause, but it's a late guard clause because it does other things first. Cool. That was what was necessary. So we do still have to do some stuff. Back in UI Inventory Manager. Weapon listings clear. Weapon button template transform parent. We get the inventory. And we're going to do this in a very different way from this. Instead of a for each, we're actually going to do a for loop. And it's going to be inventory weapon capacity. Is this the property? Yes, it does the base weapon capacity plus weapon capacity bonus. Got it. Oh, that's the tooltip for that. I was like, why is it saying the tooltip for this is max length? But that's the tooltip for this the for loop snippet. Honestly, this is the part where we should just be having it be object pooled, but Oh yeah, that's the last thing that we need in inventory weapon button is there is a index. And that's actually be a separate method here. Public void set index. Text equals index plus 1 dot toString. It doesn't need any sort of format. It's just going to be the one number. Actually, wait. No, there's definitely not like a thing. I think because it's just the one digit. I don't need to like do a custom thing there. I kind of do want to do these as object pooled, honestly, because there's not a big reason for me to not do set it up like that. So instead of deleting everything here, if button index is greater than or equal to m hop up. No, it's going to be an underscore hop listings count. I'm just gonna do UI inventory hop up button up. Sorry, it should be just button. And we'll set button here to that. Else button will be hop up listings entry button index. And then afterwards we do button index plus plus. Cool. We don't actually need to do that for build weapon list because we already are going to be using slots anyways. And this one is going to be, again, pretty simple. If I is greater than or equal to weapon listings dot count. Actually, you still want UI inventory weapon button here. We'll set button to instantiate the weapon button template with the same parent and false instantiate in world space. And then we do weapon listings, add button, else button will be set to weapon listings I. We'll do button dot set index to I, and then button dot set weapon will be inventory I don't have like a method to get weapon in slot. So I'll probably just need to do this. Let's just do something easier. Inventory. Equipped weapons, which is a list of equipable weapons. Nope. Weapon list dot count. That's what we wanted. From there, we can actually do if wep list count is less than. Wait. Less than I, right? Yes. I should say if I is less than list count, actually. And if it is, then we can do weapon list I, otherwise null. And set weapon, if it's null, it'll understand that it's an empty slot. Easy. So now it's object pooled. Just because that's a little bit nicer. Though that does mean that if we remove an attachment, then it sticks around. So we are actually going to need to figure that out. We're gonna need to do this a little bit smarter. And then if item count is greater than hop-up listings.count, then we need to do new button equals instantiate. New button. And then we do a for loop instead. Pop-up listings.count. And the button will be pop-up listings I. Then we need the hop-up. The attachment hop-up item here. If list dot count. Actually, just do item count. We have that up there. Should be if I is greater than or equal to item count, right? For if it's not valid. No, it should be I less than item count because we're going to set something into item. Yeah, this is the way we want it to do. Which one you can also do button dot set hop up item. Then you can do button game object set active based on whether or not item is real. Otherwise, we can just disable it. Yep. That's all I need. Then I'm basically going to do the same thing here. That. You want this to be weapon button template. It is. Weapon listings. This should just set that as fair. Set this to W, and then we alt right click, alt enter. Damn it! Did it again, didn't it? Alt enter. Use explicit type instead of that. Stupid. IntelliSense. Oh, it's still the wrong thing. Pokeable weapon. And set weapon to item. I'm actually going to check it here instead. Because we don't want to set weapon if we don't have it. Because we need that to be rep to make sure I have parentheses. Yes. Then you do button. Instead of game object set active, instead do button dot. Actually, we do still need set active if I is less than the capacity. Weapon capacity. There. We actually do want this to be capacity instead of item count, too. Again, we can have empty slots, and that's kind of the idea. Actually make capacity also change itself, because if we have that max capacity item count, although we probably will want to make sure that the inventory clears itself of null items whenever we change the amount of space. We can probably do it as like a update method whenever we change the weapon capacity. I'm gonna go ahead and put a comment here so that I know what the fuck this is. I cannot type today. Capacity balance. There. Cool. And yeah, so we're clamping capacity to the item count. Cool. We do still need button dot set next I. Cool. So we want to make sure that that's put into reset menu. See if there's other places where build hop-up list is called. Nope, there isn't. Cool. That should now make that part of the menu functional. We can actually also go ahead and make this do what we want it to do. So if we have the weapon selected and we click the main button, what we want to do is just draw the weapon. And in order to do that, we need to do hey, look, weapon holder's there. Not quite. How do we normally draw weapons? So yeah, this on weapon draw, which is called here. Oh, it's in player status draw weapon. Okay. Where is this normally called from? A lot of places. But I've been meaning to set this up. This has been able to, it's called normally when we do, like, the scroll wheel. Sure fucking is. I'm gonna go here. We need to check if the weapon is already drawn and don't fucking do it. But actually, no, we can actually just do... That I've been meaning to do for a while. If the weapon we intend to draw is the same as the currently drawn weapon, we do not want to fucking do anything. In fact, we don't want to do that either. There. No, draw weapon. But yeah, we'll call a holster weapon the currently drawn weapon. Yeah. Unless current weapon mode is attach hop up, in which case we'll do finish attachment. Cool. But we can actually do, over here where we have the hand cancel, we could do override on secondary button. I don't think the base does anything. It sure doesn't. So we can get rid of this and instead do activate or attach. And yeah, start attachment will not run if hop-up is not valid. Or if the hop-up's already attached to weapon, so that kind of handles all the other things where it would normally be disabled. Cool. Alright, so now we need the hop-up replacement modal. Because we need to make sure that that's ready to handle being done in the menu here. So normally we set up the prompt. Yeah, we do set active false. When we confirm, we're not an item on ground modal. So if we don't have that, then we can go on to this. Handle performing this from the inventory screen. Cool. Oh, we're not using this method instead. We're doing remove pop-up from inventory. And don't execute exit behavior. Now you target a weapon, attach hop-up. Then set it to the parent menu. Do not destroy this game object. I don't know why I thought that was necessary. It should only be disabling if not top level, and not destroying. So that should be it then. Actually, no, because that will do that. I probably want to... on change menu, we don't have like a thing that tells us what the old menu was, but we will still reset menu. That probably still handles just fine. Because when we do finish attachment replace, all we do is that. So in that case, that should be fine. That should work. That should just straight up work. Now, we have one important thing to do left. We need to actually open this motherfucker. We are currently just like, this is all the behavior scripts that this runs, but we still need to be able to open this. So, currently, we're referencing the inventory manager here. Find all references. So we'll set it active to false on start. And then we just need to set it to something. I'll probably just make it a method here. Public void open inventory. And basically all we need to do is inventory manager in both of these. That's pretty much it. Let's go back to player input handler. Probably just gonna need a new method for it here. Check these. We also want to check our menu. We want to see if we have a HUD. Where do we normally get HUD Manager from? Can we get HUD Manager from Input Handler? Does it have a thing for it? I don't think it does. We'll probably just have to get that. Oh, come on. So if either of those are invalid, then return, we do HUD dot. Actually, no, sorry. First, we need to check the buttons. Again, this still needs to be fixed because player input handler right now is not correct. All we want is IARC dot. Come on. I believe I actually currently call it. Oh, it's actually called inventory. Cool. If inventory was pressed this frame, then do HUD dot open inventory. Okay. I think that's it. Although we do still need to set up the stuff. Hang on. UI inventory weapon button. We need to set this up. The empty slot is this. The weapon slot is this. And then we need this index. Slot number value. Name text is you. Go ahead and enable this. So we can see what we're doing here. Then the icon background is this weapon icon panel. And we have image, drop shadow, EXP bar amount text, EXP number label. Then we have the EXP bar. It's not going to be helpful. We want this. Oh, come on. And the EXP bar fill is this. EXP bar max is this. Then you need the hop array. Here's the hop-ups container. Let's lock this inspector real quick, so that we can select all of these and put them in, and hopefully that should be correct. Yep, it's all in the right order. And of course, UI inventory manager. Let me go back up to the inventory, and we're going to set these templates. Attaching hop-up group. Attach hop-up group. And there's the other thing which might already be set. Yeah, okay, the weapon select mode background is already this. We do need the attach or activate button. So you need to start clicking on the button. So here's the user attach button. And then it has this text inside of it, which I'm going to go ahead and name. Maybe hop up attached to weapon text. Where did we put that? Here it is. I think this is it. Yes, it is. That's everything filled out. All right. Where do I want to test this is the question. I can try the sample scene. I do know that the player HUD likes to have a bunch of random overrides, but thankfully this time around it is being nice for us. I fucking hate Text Mesh Pro with a passion. I hate that it's doing all this shit. Good, okay, I still didn't try to make any overrides. I think we should be able to do this. So, finally playing some fucking video games. Let's go ahead and pick up L8, and I'm gonna put it into slot 2. If I press tab, it should open my inventory. It did not open my inventory. Because we didn't enable it. I do still need a way to close the inventory. I just realized. I should probably set that up. I also never hooked up the actions. So actually, I am just like missing a bunch of things all over the place, actually. Real quick, I'm going to go back to level 10 test because that's the better place for me to be setting it up. Whatever. Misc, prefabs, players, player HUD. Your inventory manager is a player menu handler, so we could potentially just have it call cancel on it, I think. Or, no, let me go back to this. Yeah, okay. So I think what we do there is this close inventory button. We're going to give it an action. On click, it's going to target inventory BG, UI inventory manager, handle cancel. Currently, the prompt for it is actually incorrect. I'm going to fix that. Currently, drop and toggle details also don't do anything. That's fine. So I might need to, well, figure that out later. And say like, oh, I need to make sure that's showing the right prompt, but I'm gonna figure it out later. So we did make this button do its thing, right? We did not. Well, let's go ahead and set that up. Inventory BG. Do activator attach. Cool. Now you need to go fix the buttons here. So when hop up button is pressed, target the group above it and do your inventory hop up button on click. Then you need to do the same thing for the weapons. So the weapon button on click, target weapon slot group, UI inventory weapon button on click. Awesome. Now we're going to go back to sample scene. Alright. Pick up Ellie. Open inventory. Why do we have an operator 45 here? And not Ellie? Why is Ellie not here? Hold on. Let me restart. Open inventory here. We do just have the operator 45. So why didn't we add another object for that? Clearly we're still seeing like one weapon that should be there, but UI inventory manager, when we build our inventory here, use build weapon list. Or hang on. Oh, that should be if capacity is greater than weapon listings.count, right? Yeah. So then... Is it not setting an active? Let's find out. Now pick up the weapon, open inventory, and then we're going to pause and look at the HUD. In the weapons BG, scroll view in case you guys are fucking crazy. Viewport, content. We have 1. Why did we not create another one? Riddle me this, Batman. Why the fuck isn't there another one? Hold, please. Let me actually... If we do this, and I pause, and I look at the player... where's player inventory? I wonder if it's just because of the fact that... Here's player inventory. You have base weapon capacity 2. Debug mode. Equipped weapons. It's equipped! It's in the list of equipped weapons. So, why is it not showing up here? Oh! No, I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. This needs to do a certain number. We don't have, like, a repeat, do we? No. Actually, let's do a while, then. That's all we need. That should fix it. Keyword should. Which does mean that I also need to fix that on the other one. I think the top-ups does the same thing. Yes, it does. So instead of if, we do a while. That should fix that. There it is. Now the weapon's in there. Then click draw, and that'll draw Operator 45. Yay! Cool. Close inventory. And that works fine. We pick up the slopper, and then tab. Why are you destroyed? Who destroyed you? Why are you destroyed? Why are you destroyed? UI Inventory Manager. Handle cancel. Ah, hang on. Base handle cancel is not correct. Or it is. If allow cancel, then we'll do set player menu to parent. Which will call on change menu. Parent should be null. Therefore, we'll do this. It doesn't have a canvas group. If we look at on change menu of the UI inventory manager, we do base.onChange menu, which we just looked at it, and it doesn't delete it. And then we do disable if not top level. Which destroys... Wait. Oh. That's not correct. No, this should just be this. Whoopsie. That's also incorrect for the other thing that uses disable if not top level. That's also gonna fuck up the replace modal, pop-up replace modal, so good thing we noticed that. Now I can open and close the menu as much as we want. Cool. Alright. Let's attempt to equip a hop-up attached to, select Ellie, and nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? Hold, please. UI Inventory Manager. We're pressing the Activate or Attach button. The current weapon mode equals weapon select mode attach hop up. We call finish attachment. If current weapon mode is not attach hop up, which it is, or should be, hang on, let me make sure. This isn't setting those to null. No, it isn't. Or the hop-up selected is null, or weapon selected is null. Or if the weapon... Oh, hang on. That needs to be... Inverted condition. Classic. Classic inverted condition. Alright, now it should work. Weird. Why did I say it like that? Add an inventory, open an inventory, gold plating. We want to... This is not right, though. That should not have been set that way. That's... I'm gonna need to fix that. Attach to... Ellie, attach to. And there it is! Now it has the hop-up. Oh, fucking... Now it updated itself with the numbers. That was weird. Why did it not have that shown before? Why is it that when I started the game, it just said max? Why do they show that? And why is it that now it fixes itself the next time it starts? That's weird. It's gotta be, you know what it is? It's gotta be some sort of fucking, text mesh pro jank. It's text mesh pro jank. I can guarantee it. Oh, no, it's not. It's I left this here. That would be why. Hang on. Remove component. That's why. That's why. I left the label auto localizer thing on. That would be why. Okay. Now I understand. It's fine. We've got it. I should have realized by the fact that the it was max in blue instead of max in pink. Yeah, so now it auto-populated correctly. And now I can attach you to you. Boom. Oh, it's good. It's working. Oh, it's working. Oh, that's good. I don't know why the game is currently kind of laggy. It might just be Unity jank. Roleplay software. So now we can actually just hoover up all these hop-ups, and then we'll just go... I do need to kind of, like, extend this a little bit, because this looks bad, where it's kind of just cut off at the bottom. I also still need to like make toggle details work. Okay, so Wasteland Red Paint. If we try to attach that to Ellie, we get this come up, and this doesn't work. Why did this not work? Why is this disabled? I mean, when we tab out of that, it works correctly. Attach to Ellie. Why are you disabled? Here's a modal replace hop up. Wait. Yeah, this is the menu hop up replacement modal. Doesn't have a canvas group, so it can't possibly have set itself to the thing. In that case, why is the cancel button not interactable? Why are you not working? Hold, please. Sanity check. Sanity check. Take gold plating, attach to Ellie using this. Take Wasteland Paint, try to do this. It works here. Why does it do that then? That's weird. What's causing that to be set to uninteractable? Wait a minute. No, that doesn't make sense either. Wait, no. Open asset in isolation. Modal replace hop up is part of inventory BG. Which has a canvas group that has interactable set to true. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. It's part of that canvas group. Ugh. Does that not work then? If we have a canvas group underneath a canvas group that's marked as interactable, whereas the one above it isn't, is that just broken? We put this here, and then let me see this. Attach to Ellie. Actually, just do this. And attach to this, and then modal replace hop up. Yeah, the interactable is true, but the interactable on the inventory is false. Aw, fuck. Never mind, there's ignore parent groups. Never mind, there's ignore parent groups. That works. That works. Hang on. Open asset in isolation. Ignore player parent groups. Attach to Ellie. There we go. Okay, but then that did not work. Why are you still up? It did the thing, I think. Actually, let me look at this again. Pull you out. Pick you up, pick you up. And then when we clicked on this and confirm, it does change back here, but then it didn't dismiss you. So, menu hop-up replacement modal. So when we finish that, when we confirm, do you set player input, set player menu? Parent. Oh, we don't have a parent, do we? No, we should. Or do we? We can't modify that here. Hang on. No, because on change menu will do disable if not top level. Is this being set? Let me actually check through here. Go to start replacement menu. No, we do set parent this. So it sets parent. Let me actually see something real quick. So we attach gold plating to LA, and then we attach to this to you. Are these disabled? I think they are. Where's the action? Select item actions group. And yeah, so it's invisible, so yeah, it is disabled. So that's handling itself correctly. It knows that it is not the top level. Sorry, it knows it's not the current layer, so it disables itself. So when we do this, it enables itself. So it knows it's not... we are running set parent. Or not set parent, we're running set player menu to that thing. So... pop-up replacement modal. So when we confirm, we do set player menu parent. And when we do on change menu, disable if not top level. Oh, no, yeah, okay, I understand that now. I think instead of destroy if not top level, we just actually wanted to do, not destroy if not top level, disable if not top level. Instead we just do if new menu is not equal this, then just game object set active false. Pretty much. That is the only thing we really need there. And we'll have to make sure that cancel works too. So the way that disable if top level, or disable if not top level works is that it disables if the new menu that it's going to isn't in the same like group of menus that it's in. And it's still in the same menu, the same group of menus, so it doesn't disable. So we're just gonna make it disable anyways, regardless. All right, pick up belly, pick up the gold plating and the wasteland red paint. We put the wasteland red paint on Ellie. Do this, and we've replaced it. Cool. Is there another gold plating on the floor? There is. So if we do this and then we cancel, it's fine. Oh yeah, we can also hit tab to cancel trying to place it onto a thing. I forgot about that. Cool! Oh, we're so fucking close. We're actually fucking doing it. We're doing it. We finally have a way to attach hop-ups to weapons outside of the pickup modal. All we need now is to make the drop button work correctly. Then we need, obviously, toggle details. Toggle details is actually a very easy thing to do. Real quick, I want to check. So if we do toggle set extended, we can decide whether or not we want to update display. And if we update display whilst it's like disabled or it doesn't have a weapon, it might break. Okay, in that case, we'll just do some basic checks here. Alright, so we need the other two info cards. Pop-up info card. Turn out of that. And then same for the contraption. That way all we need to do is instruction. UI inventory manager. We're gonna have another method here. It's going to be called public void toggle details. And basically just gonna run it on all three of the info cards. Oh, hang on. We actually need to, like, track whether or not we have it, set. So let's do that down here. Private pool, info cards extended equals false. We'll do public void set extended info cards. Actually, we'll do set info cards extended. we're just do setting for cards extended, the opposite of whatever currently is for toggle details. Then here we're going to do the following. We do attaching pop-up info card, set extended, extended. We'll make them all update display regardless. Damn it. There. And then in reset menu, oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna actually not do it in reset menu. I'm actually just gonna do it in change menu. Except I can't. Because then that makes it so that anytime... Actually, no, that's fine. I was gonna say, anytime in which we cycle back from the other thing, it'll be, reset, but it's fine. Every time we come back from the hop-up replace modal, it will reset. And that's fine. There. So now we can also go back into the prefab here, and we'll set that up. We also want to be able to make that the tertiary action, I believe. Or not. So do you want it to be one, potentially? Because tertiary action is actually going to be drop, I believe. So we need like a details button, which is going to need to be set up. We have the secondary movement, secondary action, tertiary action. We need... because there's a few more keybinds that we need to add. I am running out of time for today's stream, though, so... We need our input map so that we can check this. Next, we have the map zoom in, map zoom out as separate buttons. And I do want those to be bound. But also, at the same time, we kind of want those to be abstracted soon-ish. But for now, I'm going to throw in a new action here, which is going to be called toggle details for now. Alright, and the binding on mouse and keyboard is actually going to be 1. And then the binding on controller. What the fuck did I want that to be again? I think it was going to be one of the D-pad buttons. I just don't remember which D-pad button. Probably just up. Real quick. I'm gonna need to... Because I didn't have you plugged in before. So I was playing VR. D-pad up. Save asset. And then we just need to be able to reference that. So, menu, details, button. I didn't actually want to close that. Let's toggle details. Oh, I already have it. This is a very scuffed way of doing the input system. Let's do menu details button. There. A very scuffed way of doing the input system, but again, at some point, I'm just going to need to completely refactor player input handler entirely. But I'm actually going to go find player menu handler. I'm just going to make a method for this on details button. And that's going to be in handle menu inputs. I'm just going to do menu details button. Let's press this frame. Then menu handler on details button. Yay. And then in UI inventory manager, we're going to override that and have that set up. You already have the set extended button, or the method for it, or toggle details, I should say. I should rename this actually. Do toggle info cards extended. No, it should be override on details button. And do toggle info cards extended. Cool, cool. So now, when we play, I can pick up Ellie, and I press 1 to toggle that. Awesome! This needs to be fixed. Why is this X? This should not be X'd. It's the wrong fucking variable. Hang on. Entities. Weapons. It's because of the fact that we changed how effect texts are set up, so this still has everything and does not need anything. We only want non-multiplicative %, add plus if not negative is bold. Does not need anything else. That needs to be done for a bunch of other things, honestly. SMG doesn't need it. Did we already do it for Slopper? I did not. None. Add multiplicative, add plus if not negative. Sorry, non-multiplicative, add plus if not negative is bold. Then you need to go back to contraptions. I don't know if any of the contraptions have a scalar number, though. No. Well, obviously not. Times room no. Sumatra, I don't think so. What is this again? Reload speed. Oh, we don't have a short thing here. Hang on. Sumatra short. Whoopsie. There we go. Surprised that we're only just now noticing that. Yeah, none of the contraptions are scaling, but there is a hop up or two that's scaling, I think. I know you are. Oh, actually, you're missing a thing here. You've been barfing your stuff, aren't you? And I completely forgot. We don't want it to be everything. We only want it non-add plus is bold. Cool. That's been fixed. We don't have anything here that needs to fix it, so that's it. Yep. Those are the only two things that need to fix that. For now. I forgot to bind that button, though. You do need to bind that button. Open asset and isolation. Not bind the button, but, this one. Toggle details needs to point at you. I hate that I have to add first part and drag you in. UI inventory manager. Toggle info cards extended. Yay! I do also need that to be updated. So currently we have the update activate button, and we need to do the thing where it sets the glyph. Update toggle details button. Oh, we don't have it as an input action glyph. Got it. I need to implement that then. Once again, this needs to be rolled into the other part of the input handler, but whatever. Needs to be menu details button. And I need to figure out what numbers it needs to be. And for that, I'm just gonna go look it up. Text Mesh Pro, resources, sprite assets. So KBM, I'll look for the number 1. Is index 92. The first variable is actually controller. And it was D-pad up, is what we said as, right? So it'll be index 26. Eventually, the idea is going to be that we have a other function that's just going to map all of these to the input system things. There. So now we have that, and we can go access that then. Menu details button, get glyph string. And all we do is we need a reference to it. Shoot. Just move this here. It's going to be the M toggle details button text. Oh, we do need it as a common localization too. Fuck. And it's just M toggle details button text dot text equals glyph plus common localization dot toggle details button. Nope. Try get text. Right, like that in case it bugs out. And that's pretty much all we actually need for that. Let me just write that at the end of reset menu every time. Because there's no other reason to update it unless the controller changes. At which point we'll probably just make it call reset menu if the controller changes. That's it. So now I can have that input glyph there. I don't think we have a localization for that. Actually, we might. Let me see. So it'd probably be like interact prompts or user interface. I guess it isn't. Okay. Oh wait, we already have a toggle details. Hang on. I apparently already made this. Oh yeah, I made this already. Peruse fine print is the one in Pirate Speak. If you're wondering when, well, sometimes we have the exclamation mark P, that's Pirate Speak. And sometimes that's, I just put some Pirate Speak stuff there to like test the ability to localize things. When the only localization, like I don't actually know that many languages. I just put Pirate Speak there to kind of test to make sure the localization works. Not everything has a Pirate Speak entry though. So I could just be set into thing, which is common localization. Toggle details. He's slightly upset if it's already actually a thing, but it's not. Cool. So now what we could do, even though this is going to be absolutely ass because nothing else in this is working, I could actually go to level gen test and do turn on controller. I have it currently plugged in. Build level, place objects, spawn player. I'm now using the controller, and I can do inventory. And yeah, navigation is a little bit difficult. Oh wait, null reference exception. Why do we have a null reference exception? Hey, what's going on here? I forgot to set it. That would help. That would definitely help. MISC, prefabs, UI. No, not that. It's nope, still not that. Layer HUD. I forgot to set this. Anim action button, toggle details. Now it should let us use the controller. Partially. Again, the real issue is going to be currently we cannot navigate this at all. But if I happen to click on one of these and then, haha, yes, I can use the controller to do that. This is still showing the wrong prompt, so that's because you haven't actually bound up that button yet. We still don't even have a thing that will do that. And then we can cancel that with that. I might also make it so that hitting the inventory button again will also close it. Currently it does not, and that's because controller, the cancel button is circle, or B. Yay. You know, sure, let's do some gaming. Let's do some gaming. I absolutely not going to be playing this well with the controller. What do you mean key not found given key 3 is not... What happened here? Or did we fail to get a hop-up of a certain thing? Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Also, why is our... Well, no, it's fine. Our ammo counter on the thing was a little bit broken there. I did the wrong button, that's fine. I forgot I need to be dashing. Oh, I dodged that just barely. I'm terrible with the controller, but it's fine. I'm gonna have to enter the storage room. I can open this container. We got a Morgie plushie! I can do triangle to replace carry. Unfortunately, it is not navigating. Oh, but I can still press the buttons, though. Equip contraption also does not do it. Interesting. Why do none of these work? Hold, please. Let me actually go back to open recent scene, sample scene. So if we do this menu... Oh, E also doesn't work here. I wonder why that is. Hang on, if I... It works on that. Do we just not implement that then? Is that just something we forgot to do on that modal, specifically? I think it is. We absolutely did not do that. So, we just need to override them. On secondary button needs to do the equip. Which we actually still need a replace contraption. Oh, wait, no, that's right. The replace contraption doesn't actually need a dedicated button. We just need to be able to navigate it with the controller. On tertiary button, though, we need to do the carry. Except I think right now it just doesn't. We do on tertiary. Oh, we just don't currently do that at all. Okay. That's right, this menu item actions model is actually like the base class here. And yeah, no, we don't have anything else here. So we'll just, on tertiary doesn't do anything yet. So we'll just get rid of it. We can at least do E to equip contraption. Or I should say, square, or X, because I'm using an Xbox controller. So now let's do some playtesting again, and hopefully things won't be broken this time. And I'm gonna try and use the controller, even though I'm gonna be so terrible at it. Oh, I ran out of ammo. I should have checked that before. Shit. Oh, well, I did it again, I guess. I keep pressing left trigger instead of left bumper for the ability. I did it again. I got all sorts of weapons here. Another volley sidearm. Miniature manual. I can take these up now. I can pick them up in my fucking inventory. Unfortunately, the menu is still not fucking navigable. I don't entirely know why that is. On a controller, at least. We have a gold plating I can pick up. I do still need to make it easier to see objects that are up against the floor. Oh, there's an Ellie! Honestly, sure, I will replace the matchbox with that. Actually, no, you know what? I will, right, I'm going to need to, switch to that, and then press that, and then press X, because that's not navigable right now. A lucky cat charm that does nothing, unfortunately. But we could put it in case we get a slapper. Actually, we could put it on the LA, honestly. So I can pick it up, add to inventory, and yeah, so I have to do Lucky Cat Charm. We can attach that to Ellie, and now we have it on there. We can also throw the miniature manual on it. And why not throw the gold plating on it too? So now when we click on it, and we toggle details, we see currently plus 6% crit chance. Yay! Yay! Oh, it's so good! Oh, man, yes! We're getting there. We still have to fix the close inventory button. It still shows E, and that's because it's also not bound up. Oh, right. Let me switch back to the SMG. This would be a shop room, but it's not. Alright. There we go. Oh, I have to reload. Fuck. I didn't actually reload. Oh, and then I got hit. Oh well. I didn't even realize that like, aim locked onto that all the way across the room. And another mini manual. I keep pressing the wrong fucking button still. I can open my inventory. And I forget what we currently have on there. I'm gonna actually throw the tactical flashlight on the matchbox. Oh, man. It's a fucking video game! It's a fucking video game! Get rid of the Lucky Cat Charm. That's not the right button. Why is it left stick up? I'm gonna need to fix that. We can get even more XP on the LA. Ow. I did not mean to do that. I meant to dodge. Ow, 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 ow. Cool. That was a little bit messy. I'll pick up the gold plating. Stuck down here. I've already been through here. Haven't been through here yet. Oh, this is the storage room. Lucky Cat Charm is not useful, but we can pick it up. Sure. Put it in our inventory. Add it to inventory. We can sort it out later. Look at all the shit in our inventory. Wow. Awesome. There's another Lucky Cat Charm. Put it in our inventory. A slopper! Yo! I'm gonna replace the matchbox with that, yeah. And then we can open our inventory. And we can put shit, put the gold plating on it. And also a Lucky Cat Charm. And also a Lucky Cat Charm, even though it doesn't actually do anything. And now the slopper has, if we press up, 10% crit chance. Yay! Ooh, that was good. Ow! I missed that entirely. I keep pressing trigger instead of bumper to dodge, and it's very much tripping me up. I don't know what game I'm getting that from, honestly. You pick that up. I kind of do actually want a tactical flashlight. We can replace the charm on this one that doesn't do anything. Awesome. Gosh, so fucking good. We're fucking playing a video game, guys. Oh my goodness. Cool. I'm still getting like times 20 seconds. Which is not great. Hey, look, another Lucky Cat charm. Lucky Cat? Need a lot of lag here, but I'm wondering if that's just Unity being weird. Encounter room. Oh, I ran out of ammo. Whoopsie. I tried to hit him with the backblast. As I once again am just fumbling my buttons. Some more gold platings. Do not need to be sniper rifling crates. Probably gonna reload this before we go into here. That's just a storage room. I know one of these is a tier 2 room. That's a level 1 slopper. We already have one. And once again, I do need to make it easier to see items coming out when they're up against a wall like that. There's another storage room. I think this one is actually the tier 2 one. Yeah, because that's a ration. That's a large ration, I should say. And we got error again from it trying to drop a legendary pop-up, I'm assuming. There we go. Yeah, there's a third container here. It's a tier 3. Sorry, not tier 3, tier 2. Yeah. Oh, congratulations on your 3 stream streak, Tengu. It's your streak of coming here and then asking me how I'm doing asking me how I'm doing and then cat speaking me in return for asking you. Tengu, you missed it. We are playing a video game. We are playing a video game, and I'm so excited. I think we might have ran out of encounters on the map, though. Oh, wait, no, this is a new room. I'm currently playing with my controller. You can probably tell by the fact that I am terrible. Oh, we might have. Oh, there's a storage room here, at least. Yeah, I'm really excited so far. The inventory system works now. The inventory system works. I can attach things to things if I wanted to, even though most of my stuff currently has full slots. I don't really need to replace anything. Although the gold So we can do like Wasteland red paint over top of the slopper, and you just have to replace the gold plating. It's not going to do anything because that hop up is unimplemented. But I can also just like also attach this now and just replace it. Now it's got a green one again. All right. Ignore everything in the contraptions thing. This is not finished, but I wanted to get this fixed because this was the big thing that I wanted to do a thing for. I'm also realizing no, this is the slot. That's right. I confused myself. This is not the level, this is the slot, because it's actually still level 1. The LA is level 1+1. Right. Unfortunately, it is also not navigable on controller at all. So, and again, part of that is just the fact, oh, there's a brick! I kind of want the brick. Even though I have already invested quite a bit into the slopper here. The slopper's almost leveled up, too. What's in here? Another brick! The game's trying to tell me something. Oh, there is actually one more encounter room. Oh, we've also got ult ready. It's gonna be very weird because the ult's still not quite working. Why did it display stats? That's weird. So it'll do some stuff there, though. I've never seen that before. Apparently, right stick, left stick will pull up that weird thing. Why does that work? Why does that pull this up? That's kind of annoying. I don't want that. Because that's supposed to be the button for the ult. Granted, again, I'm going to change that button, so it won't be the ult for long. There's one more encounter here. And a supply room. That's not going to have anything. That's right, because I don't have shops yet. Supply room is a shop. There's one encounter room here. I level up. Oh yeah, the slopper has leveled up. So now it's level 1+1. Yay! It didn't gain a slot though. Wait, why doesn't it have an extra hop-up slot? It should have gained an extra hop-up slot. Why can't we attach to you? No, it can, but it didn't update. What's going on here? Why are you busted? Hold, please. Something there is not working. And I wonder if it's actually not working. I actually shouldn't have clicked stop. I should have actually inspected to make sure that it did actually have it. Because it clearly tried to attach that, so it had an empty slot, but it didn't show up. And I'm wondering if that is a common problem with the weapon info card. So let's go down to set of pop-up slots. How do we check how many? Base hop-up slots. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Instead, let's do... Hang on, this exists... Oh, it is still used in a few times. It's fine. Whatever. If exists, then slots should be set to equipable weapon dot pop-up slots, I believed. This is updated, right? Yes. Cool. And that's going to need to be also fixed in the weapon button. So instead of this, we just do that should fix it. Which, yeah, I don't really need to test that. That's, we know that works. Also, yeah, and Unity is also, in and of itself, having a bit of an issue today. So, I think we are done for today. Let's go ahead and, because we're actually at 5.5 hours. Goodness fucking gracious. Time flies when you're actually getting things implemented and you're chugging along there, clearly. So let's get some stuff committed to the thing. So, we're gonna do Unlimited Gunworks is gonna be the name of this commit. So obviously the biggest main thing that we did here, implemented inventory screen functionality. Currently can draw weapons and attach pop-ups. And that's it. Other things that were done. This is common localization entries. That's usually part of that. They add the on details button. That's again just kind of part of that. Handle inventory input is just opening the inventory. We added some stuff here. Oh yeah, we specified how the difference between discard hop-up and remove hop-up. In a way that is not a discard action. Or discard or drop action, such as equipping to a weapon. At some point, we're probably actually going to make it so that discard hop-up has an additional boolean that is being sold. Actually, that might also be just part of remove hop-up from inventory. In fact, specifically, we want to make it on exit inventory should probably have a boolean for whether or not it's being sold, because I know a lot of things in the game will have some effect when they're sold. There's a handful of things. We've got 12 bamboo, which is a Hermitcraft reference, and when you sell that, you get like 1 item for free on shop. So, yeah, that was what that is. Oh, yeah, and we also finally fixed... Hang on, we actually can test that, too. I closed Unity already, shit. I do want to test that real fast. I know switching weapons seems to work just fine so far. But the big thing I wanted to check is, can we draw the same weapon? And so far, like, we were able to switch weapons just fine throughout all of our playtesting today, so I think that code does work. We can actually just do limit weapons, build level, place objects, spawn player. And yeah, we can no longer... That was weird. It looked like it didn't do the animation for a second there. But now it is not doing that. If we go back out and then we give us a single weapon, we also cannot do the switch. So I think that's working. keyword thing. That was us being able to open the inventory. These were new things made for the inventory manager. This was all the new stuff for inventory manager. This was specified here in the Mega Hop-Up replacement modal, but that's also, again, part of the other thing. We also do hop-up replacement modal no longer destroys itself upon exiting in some situations, and also properly disables itself when cancelled out of in the same menu. Oh, right, and then we fixed E west button not working on contraption pickup modal. Actually, see, contraption item interact modal. Yes. What was done here? We cleaned stuff up in that. That was just some general code cleanup. And each of these was just making sure that it didn't do that there. Oh, right! And we also fixed equipable weapon info cards not showing pop-up slots gained from mastery levels. And this was actually part of the fix for the replacement modal destroying itself when it didn't need to. Cool. Exciting. I should have actually, hang on. We haven't committed it yet, so we can actually do amend commit, add this onto it, because we were adding the actions for that. Amend last commit. Alright. And the rest of this was just prefab changes for previous. That's what I was calling it, right? Yeah. And we did also fix some other things, which was, you didn't have a thing set. I don't remember what that was. Oh yeah, you were missing a short effect text. Fixed missing short effect text for Foresty Sumatra coffee, I think is what it's called. Fixed plus X% showing up on Ellie's effect text. Apparently I also did that on the slopper. Fix lucky cap barfing syntax due to the same parameter. And that was it. I think there was another thing I did with the player HUD, but I do not remember, and I don't feel like trying to look through to see if I can find it. And commit. And now I can push that, and we can close out and get ready to drop into a friend of ours. Do stick around for that. We're going to drop in a friend of ours as I usually do. And I have my usual spiel I need to go through. The game is becoming a video game. The game is becoming a video game. I'm so excited that we're getting somewhere with this fucking video game. I'm so excited. We're getting that much closer to this being able to be a thing I can, like, show off to friends or have friends, like, playtest it. Still a little bit ways out from me putting it onto the Ko-Fi as playable demos. Still a little ways out from that, but we're getting there. We're getting closer. Let me do this. Let's do the plugs. So y'all know the drill. You can follow me on all the different socials, and you can also join the Discord. Both of those things you'll be able to get notified when my streams are going to go live, or when I plan to stream. And hopefully I can actually get around to posting schedules again. As it stands, I know next week is going to be kind of busy. There's probably not going to be any streams throughout the main week. And, like, we'll be lucky if we see a Saturday stream, honestly. Speaking of Saturday streams, we are still streaming next Saturday. What are we streaming? Good fucking question. It might be more freaking game dev, because I'm on a bit of a creative energy burst. But if it's not, then it's probably going to be Far Far West. I'll see if Fork is around for setting that up, or someone else in my personal friend or group. Or it could also be Rogue Core. One of those two games, probably. So that's going to be probably where we call it. Adds you to inventory is going to be a raid message. I came up with that just right away. Do Cait-TAN toasters, adds you to... No, not caps lock, we'll actually just do... And do it like 3 times, because that's funny. So that's going to be our raid message for today. Y'all know the drill. You can unlock that emote using channel points. It is very affordable here. And of course, if you don't have the channel points for it, there is the free version right here. Or you can simply type adds you to inventory. And we're going to drop in on a friend of ours, as we usually do. Who are we going to drop in on? Let's find out. I'm going to look at this. Huh, there's this person. I don't know if I'm super up for meeting somebody new, but this is actually not a bad... well... Now, I'm gonna look at my follow list real quick and see who's on. See if I have anybody else who I'm, like, excited to see online for once. Oh yeah, that's right, Sasha's on. Doing infra. I think we should harass Sasha then. Yeah, hopefully you join in for the inventory raid message, because I think it's really funny. But then again, Sasha is BRB, I think. Hard to tell. But I kind of still... Well, I mean, Sasha is in chat here, so maybe. I don't know exactly when you went on break. I think it's just a piss break though, so she probably is going to be back soon enough for us to click the raid, and hopefully by the time she'll hopefully see it eventually, and we'll add her to our inventory. So I think that's going to be it. Don't forget to add her to inventory. Don't forget to add her to inventory. That is the plan. We're going to be doing that. So with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Toaster Catball, and I'm adding you to my inventory.